freedom. Always jumping through. I'm so tangled, I'm so worthy. I'm just lost in my reflection. Pay attention, you never will. I will overanalyze and fall victim. But then I'm lower, it's time to get to know myself. I'm still tangled, I'm not worried, 'cause I am caught up in this perfection. Pay attention, yeah, you never will. 'Cause you depend, so you always will. If you arrest yourself again, I'll help you clean up the mess. I wonder if you ever did, yeah. I wonder if you ever did like I did. I wonder if you ever did, yeah. I wonder if you ever did like I did. Just wanna be free, yeah, free, yeah, free, yeah, Hey, I just wanna change the world. I just want the perfect girl. I don't wanna hang around, I'd rather be found. It gets better, I wonder, my pleasure together. Everyone's waiting, anticipating. I will never be alone again. I'm immune to the things they said. My heart's unbreaking. You'll I'm down, I'd rather be found. It gets better, I wonder, my pleasure together. Everyone's waiting, anticipating.
Friday night? Dude, it's been a long fucking day, bro. I am drained. Drained. I am, dude. Oh, shit. Misinformation overload. Do you need anything like I need you?
It's over.
Do you need
anything like
I need? Yo. Oh. I'm gonna try to feel better. My friend cut his wrist instead. There's your answer.
You better save yourself.
Or else nothing like success.
I would rather be in hell than regret.
Do you need anything like I need you? It's over. Do you need anything like I need you? You know I do. A denial.
These are not my words. Tell me where are mine?
Most of the time, wet my face with reality and permit me to breathe before I do it again. Do you need anything like I need you? It's over. Do you need like I need you. All right. I'm ending it right after the guitar solo, just so you know. All right? You ready? Here we go! Do you need anything like I need you, Salvador? Do you need anything like I need you? Do you need anything like I need you, Salvador? Anything like I need you. Dude, the buzz has just been loud today. Maybe you guys know what I'm talking about. Like, dude, it's like because, you know what it is, guys? I'll tell you exactly what it is. What my experience was today was because of the Supreme Court decision yesterday. Okay? Because of the Supreme Court decision yesterday, I'm gonna start with the Ken Martin thing. And I have some other links to look at too with him. Because of the Supreme Court decision yesterday, like, there's like an overwhelm today of just bombarding of like the Republicans, like, we just won the midterms. Okay. Right. That's their thing. They're like, we won. It's over. We're fucking removing all of the fucking Democratic representation now. And it's just overwhelming, the noise today. Okay, just like you've probably seen it if you've been online. It is just right-wing influencer after right-wing influencer after right-wing influencer, like slamming this shit. Now, I know in like my bones that it's not that simple. And in fact, even if they redistrict everything to red, like finding quality candidates in the GOP is pretty hard. Okay. And so there's definitely going to be some seats that get picked off. All right. You know, I think what's hard is I have not seen the motivation from the people on the left today. Right. Because everyone on the left is kind of shell-shocked. You know, I'm sure people of color are like shell-shocked, like what the fuck, right? So there's a lot of that shell-shocked vibe, while the right-wingers are like, we won, oh, it's over, right? Happy Friday, thanks for the streams, you're welcome, Charlie, let's go. But I frankly today, guys, I just felt pretty overwhelmed. It's been hard for me to keep a positive attitude today. You know what I'm saying? It has, dude, today. It's been hard for me to have a positive attitude today, guys. Because it's like all of these states are just like, for example, for the last week, we listened to, we got into this mess because of Texas, okay? And for the last week, we've listened to them cry about Virginia and like, oh my God, they're taking away all the representation. And today, like every right-wing account I saw was like, we're getting rid of every single Democratic seat in the country, right? Which is like, whoa, I thought you had a problem with this, but in fact they don't. They don't. They will erase. I mean, they're the reason why we're still gerrymandering, because we've tried to pass bills to end it and they won't, right? Because they can't win without finagling. Okay, they can't. They cannot like straight up win. They have to like carve up, especially on the state level. So today just felt like a lot of fucking loud noise, a lot of loud noise. You know what I mean? And what's hard about it, guys, is like I don't like this method that we're using of like gerrymandering everybody's political power away. I don't like it doing it on the Democratic side. I think all it does is build resentment and build like animosity amongst us, the people in the states. Everybody in the states is going to be mad at everyone else in the states, and everybody's going to be filled with unrest and misery, and regardless of how it works out, right? You know what I mean? And like, even if the Republicans win all the houses of Congress or whatever, look, they're not doing anything. You know what I'm saying? They're not doing anything even right now. They're not doing shit. Dude, Ella! Oh my God, Ella! You are crazy. Thank you, boss, for being here with us night after night, even when things are gloomy and tough. We love you, boss. Positive energy to you, Jennifer, Jenny, and the beautiful punkies. Let's go. Thank you, Ella. Let's go. That means a lot. Yeah, and Jenny's gone for the weekend too. So I think that's also it. Like, I'm missing my anchor energy, right? And so, you know, yeah, I just think, wow, it's gonna get more fucking tense. I know, dude, Ella's a crazy rock star. Thank you so much. Dude, let's go. Paula, tell me, baby. Sakata. Sakatara. Sakatara, Paula. Sakatara. Oh, shit. All right. Dude, fuck it. You know, let's start the dance party goal early, too. Dude, because we're going to need it. We're going to fucking need it, boss. We're going all in, baby. Thank you. Thank you for the fucking support and for the inspiration. And then you know what's fucked up today too? Is like somebody left a comment, okay? I've still, even in the slowest days, I've been doing 2 videos a day. Most days of the last month has been 3. The last like 4 or 5 days, it's been 2, plus a stream, plus multiple shorts. Today, with the shorts and this stream, I put out 8 pieces of content today. 2 videos, 5 shorts, and now a stream. And somebody left a comment saying, why are you only making 1 video a day? Where is all the content? Dude, I'm like, bro, it took everything for me to not respond to that person. I just hid them from the channel. I never want to see them again. Dude, I was like, oh my God. Dude, I'm about to go fucking ape shit on this random person. I like held it in. I didn't say anything. Ella, let's go. But I was like, dude, really? Like now someone is fucking saying like, dude, you're not making enough content. Bro. Oh my God. Fucking knee to the balls right there. Dude, there's no fucking way, dude. Dude, Elf, get out, Elf. You crazy, boss. You haven't watched the news since Wednesday. You have no idea what's happening. Oh shit, bro. Dude, thank you, Elf. Let's go. Dude, it was just one of those days where that comment got me, dude. Pinky, let's go. Dude, Felicia, let's go. Oh. Let's fucking get it. Jesus, Louises. But yeah, no, the noise, guys, the noise. And the realization, guys, that I think, I mean, this is something I kind of knew, but at least with the right-wing influencers, you see that they're not at all interested in a proportional legislative scenario, right? Like, they don't want to have a scenario where every state gets proportional legislation, or I mean, proportional representation. They don't. They want everything to be MAGA red, and they want Bibles to be right up our fucking ass all the way until the Bible is literally like you can taste the leather in your throat. And they want to choke us with their fucking religion. And they're like gleeful about it. They are sadistic. It is like becoming obvious that, like, whoa, you just want to hurt us. Like, they don't even care about the government. They don't care about gas. They don't care about, like, affordability. They don't care about the country doing well. They don't care about the global stage. They don't even care about the health of the planet. They only care about hurting us. That's it. They want to hurt us. That's it. They want to harm us, and they will be miserable while doing it. It's really, dude, and they say they're Christians, bro. That's the thing that really blows me away. They think they're Christians. And it's like, yo, dude, there is a, like, you know what I'm saying? There's a furnace heating up right now. As we speak, there is a furnace fucking getting warm, bro. Dude, the Almighty is like, oh, not there yet. It's not singeing the fucking skin off. Dude, Pinky Parker, let's go. Dude, Felicia, let's go, Felicia. Thank you, boss. Thank you so much. Oh, all right. What else we got? We got Pinky. Let's go. Oh, dude, Dance Revolution. Thank you, Elf. DDR. Dude, Jenny's really good at DDR. Dude, Pinky Parker, let's go. I'm not good at DDR. I'm good at, like, freestyle, goofy dancing. Dude, let's go, Sinful. Oh, man. Dude, Pinky, let's go. Yeah, dude. It is like, it is crazy. Dude, let's go. There's Jenny. Oh. Jenny, it's depressing without you here, baby. Right? It's not the same, boss. I mean, I know you're doing good things where you're at, but with you not being here, it's fucking sad boy day. Sad boy. Oh. Let's go. Love you too. All right. But so, yeah, dude, the noise, guys. The fucking noise today, bro. All right, so let's start. We're going to start with the Ken Martin, okay? And we got a couple clips here to grab with the Ken Martin. We're going to watch the Ken Martin Pod Save America interview. Then we're going to watch a clip of the person in right, the that woman that you put in the chat, right? That's the full interview. Okay. Dude, how long is this interview? Like, what do we have? Oh, it's only 30 minutes. Okay. Dude, first off, can I just say, like, look at this guy, dude. Dude, this guy looks, I'm sorry. I don't want to be mean to Ken Martin, you know, whatever. I know he's just like a Minnesota small town guy. But, dude, he looks like a fucking alien, bro. He's like, right? Dude, like, what is up with the smile, bro? You know, he is just like, dude, Elf, let's go. I love playing Parappa the Rappa, Jam-a-Lammy, and the Rock Band 4. All right, let's go. Dude, I don't know what that is, but we used to play Rock Band as a family, dude. And Jenny was really good. She was amazing at it. That is a very grippable. Dude, it is. Dude. Well, you know what's interesting is you have Favreau looks like a tennis player, right? He does. Look at him with his fucking, doesn't he look like a tennis player? We have like the tennis pro, right? Talking to fucking Mr. Rogers, like hillbilly cousin, dude. Dude, it is like, what the fuck is going on, bro? Right? Oh my God, dude. Dude, that shit is crazy, right? That shit is fucking unreal. Right? And there's a photo, another photo of him. Dude, what the hell, bro? Dude, I'm serious. It is literally, guys, it is like John McEnroe's cousin versus Mr. Rogers, like illegitimate fucking fetal alcohol syndrome love child. Dude, yo, hey, yeah, no, I'm looking at the head of the DNC and I'm thinking, yo, can I get a ticket out of the Democratic Party? Dude, you got another party? Is there somewhere else I can go? Because I'm looking at homie and I'm thinking, I'm not sure what my chances are of survival, boss. All right, get back to me. Dude. Bro. Gargamel. Oh, Jesus. Oh, fuck, dude. That is rough, bro. It's just one of those days, man. It is one of those days, people. Oh, shit. All right. Dude, Kermit has the answers. Oh, fuck, boss. All right, Ken Martin, take us there. Now, after we watch this, there is some reaction. So I know that Natalie put a clip of a woman talking about this interview, and I thought that clip was actually really good and thoughtful. And I have another one from Zee, okay? She is one of the people behind the Unfuck America tour, and she is an on-the-ground, like, organizer for the Democratic Party and young people. And she's calling for Ken Martin to resign. And that is crazy, okay? When you have, like, the person in charge of youth outreach, you know, and like, she's not a crazy leftist, you know what I'm saying? She's like, I mean, she's left, but not like, you know, way out there. You know, she's definitely a party person, a Democratic Party person. And she's been fucking calling for his resignation, which is crazy, guys. That does not bode well for this guy. Now, all right, you ready? We're going to get into this. Let me get these donos, and then we're going to fucking grind this out and see how bad it is. Dude, Sam Gilbert, let's go. Thank you, boss. Appreciate you. Let's fucking go, dude. Ella, let's go. Dude, Felicia, let's dance. We're going to dance. We will be dancing. All right, and there's the Amanda Whitman. Okay, you ready? All right, here we go. Here we go, guys. You know what it is it's just, it's about inspiring, okay? Dude, Pinky Parker, let's go. And guys, this is the thing, like, you want your leaders to be people that look like they're up for the battle, okay? Like they can win the fight. You know what I'm saying? Like, you want somebody that you look at them and they're like, yeah, I got this. Here's the plan. Here's what we're doing. Here's how we're going to fucking do this. Here's where we're strong. Here's where we're weak. And somebody that feels like, you know, you can get behind them and they're going to kick MAGA's ass. And this guy, I just don't feel like he's kicking MAGA's ass, man. I look at him and I'm worried that he's going to get his jacket caught in like the elevator door and he's going to break a couple bones just trying to get off the elevator. You know what I mean? Like, dude, homie I'm not sure he's up for the battle, but you ready? Here we go. Let's get into it.
Ken Martin, thanks for doing this.
Yeah, thanks for having me back on, John. It was great to see you the other night at the Grinder party of all parties. It was amazing.
I know. I wish they hadn't run out of alcohol by the time I arrived, but that's neither here nor there. Quick bit of context for listeners. This all came about because you expressed some frustration about criticism of the DNC coming from our direction. So I appreciate you coming on to talk about it directly. I'll just say up front, we share the goal of making sure Democrats win everywhere, especially the White House in 2028. I also very much understand you've got one of the hardest jobs in politics that you took at an especially tough time for the party. But I do want to press you on some specific things because I think the stakes are too high not to. Does that sound fair?
Sounds great, John. Thank you. Appreciate it.
So I want to start with the 2024 autopsy, which you call an after-action review. When you won the chairmanship in February of 25, you criticized the DNC's refusal to release their 2016 autopsy as exactly what not to do. You said, quote, "Was there any utility in doing that?" And then promised your 2024 autopsy would be different. Your exact quote was, "Of course it will be released." Why did you change your mind on that?
Well, look, I mean, what I said all along, even when I ran for this position, is that we were going to focus on the things that will help us win the upcoming election, right? Making sure that we learn the right lessons that could help inform our victories. And that's what we've done. We said this when we sent out the press release back in November saying we weren't going to release the report. We were going to actually keep our focus on those lessons. And we released those lessons. We continue to do that. And it's important for me, instead of navel-gazing and looking backwards and trying to relitigate 2024, I don't know about you, John, but I don't have a time machine. I don't think you do. No one does, so we can't change what happened in 24. The only thing we can do is actually change what happens in the future, including the 26 election cycle, 28 and beyond. That means we do need to learn the lessons. We need to make sure they help inform our decisions that we're making, and we've been releasing those. We released them just a couple months ago in our playbook, which if you want to look at that, go to dnc.org/playbook, and you can get an example of some of the lessons. We've been releasing them with our donors and with activists and party leaders. We've been talking about what those lessons are, and we've actually been putting those lessons into action. And so it's not completely accurate to say that we didn't release that. Where we're keeping our focus is on the lessons that can actually help us win.
But on this show in August, you told me this about releasing the review, quote, "We have to do it to give people who invested so much time, energy, and money a sense of what happened and why we lost."
Correct.
Especially why we lost. So what changed between August and December? I understand there are lessons, but those are not the full report. Why not release the full report? What's in the report that you wouldn't want
to publicize?
All right, so I do want to pause here, all right, because that fucking answer he gave, that long answer of gobbledygook, like, we don't want to look backwards. We want to look forwards. But, I mean, all right, but there's information to be learned from backwards. Now, hear me out on this. I could understand, okay? I could understand if there is like some sort of strategic reason to like, well, we don't want to make ourselves vulnerable, okay? But what the thing that bothers me, I think the thing that bothers me is the way this guy is answering it. Like if Jon Favreau asked him that question and he had said to us, here's what changed. What changed was there were a couple really specific things in that report that we don't want the Republicans to know. Okay? So we're actually keeping the bulk of the report under wraps because we don't want to make ourselves vulnerable to our opponents. And I think that's reasonable. This is a very important election, right? You know what I mean? Like he could give us the reason why they're not releasing it. But what he did was he said, well, I basically released it. And so it's not like I didn't release it. And like, well, you said you were going to release the whole thing. Then you didn't release the whole thing. And then when you ask you, why didn't you release the whole thing? You say, well, I released it, basically. Why are you asking me this question? Right? So like, I mean, I'd be okay with like hiding the thing if I felt like they were acknowledging that they're hiding it and gave us a good reason for why they're hiding it, and at least let us know that like You know what I'm saying? I don't like the whole, oh, well, I sort of released it. I'm not really being dishonest. Dude, that fucking bothers me, bro. That does not inspire me with confidence. Dude, Fetterman needs to resign for false advertising. Dude, Fetterman, what a fucking piece of work. Dude, we need fighters like AOC. Let's go. 12 minutes, guys. Let's go. We're grinding. And there's one more in here, dude. I am vulnerable, not gonna lie. DL, let's go. Right? So like that is, yeah, the way he responded here is not building trust. Okay? Because it's like, the thing that bothers me about this is Ken Martin should realize that, like, there's a rift in our party. Okay? There's a rift in, like, the young people. There's a rift in the left versus the center. There are several rifts and lack of trust, and there's finger pointing. There's a lot of, like, infighting going on. And I do feel like the leader of the Democratic Party, the leader of the DNC, I do feel like it is kind of his job to acknowledge that infighting and to get everybody to the table and look for solutions to the infighting. You know what I mean? As opposed to simply, like, keeping that donor machine rolling, right? Because it sounded like he's like, well, we released it to the money people and the people that are doing the footwork, and everybody else can sort of lump it and like, I already gave you, like, why are you asking me for more? And I don't know, that doesn't feel very sustainable. Ella, let's go. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't feel like sustainable. Like I want clearly defined leadership right now, right? I want clearly defined leadership. Here's why I'm giving you this. Here's why I'm not giving you this. Here's what we need to protect. Here's where we need to come together. Here are the ways that we should, you know what I mean? There's not, like, clearly defined leadership. But I get online every day and I see influencers fighting about Graham Plattner and Gavin Newsom and Jasmine Crockett and James Tallarico. And there's, like, there's arguments about Hassan Piker. And then we look to the leadership and he's like, hey, let's go to the wood chipper. Oh, you want to go get some cheese puffs? Oh, let's get cheese curds. Oh, go fucking, let's go fucking, like, tip a cow or some shit. It's like, bro, no offense, but, like, lay off the raw milk and provide us with a fucking, some kind of solid way forward, You know what I mean?
No smoking gun in the report, and I know that.
Let's see.
But those are not the full report. What happened and why we lost.
Correct.
Has told me this.
I can accurate to say that we didn't release.
I'm going to go back.
On this show in August, you told me this about releasing the review, quote, we have to do it to give people who invested so much time, energy, and money a sense of what happened and why we lost.
Correct.
Especially why we lost. So what changed between August and December? I understand there are lessons, but those are not the full report. Why not release the full report? What's in the report that you wouldn't want
to
publicize?
There's no smoking gun in the report. And I know that's what everyone's so eager to learn. The smoking gun. Guess what, John?
But if there's no smoking gun, why wouldn't you just release it then?
Because we want to keep the focus on the lessons. Because what ends up happening here is that people, of course, want to weaponize the report in a way to look backwards, to point fingers, place blame in a way that actually doesn't keep us focused on the upcoming election. But instead, the navel gazing of focusing backwards actually takes us backwards. We're 189 days from this election, John. What we don't need to be focused on is actually relitigating 2024. What we need to do is learn the lessons of 24 and the years preceding that can help us win this upcoming election.
All right, so I have not watched this. So is Ken going to share us some of the lessons? Has anybody shared the lessons with us? Because he said, we got to learn the lessons. Okay, well, what are the lessons? What are the lessons, right? Let's go, dude. Let's go, Sinful. How dare Tommy question anything? No, we're allowed to question. We're all allowed to question. Dude, Slava Ukraini. Let's go, Charlie. Let's go. Let's go. I mean, I'm just curious. Let's see what, let me see if I can look up here. DNC.com/playbook. Let me find this real quick, guys. Let's go. Eight away, guys. 7 minutes. We're 8 away. We're almost there. Everyone knows the earth is flat? I think so. Let's go, dude. Let's go. Thank you, Elf. Dude, let's go, dude. Heroium Slava. Let's go, Ella. Thank you, boss. All right, so what is the place, right? I mean, do we know, like, he said something about playbook, right? The link to where what they have, and the Democrats.org/playbook is certainly like they said, they didn't release the autopsy report. They have this thing. Let me see here. They have a DNC playbook that you can access, right? But they didn't, I don't see a list necessarily, right? Does he ask him about the lessons? Okay. LA Appeals Court temporarily halts abortion pill by mail. Yeah, no, I saw that. The mifepristone. Like, that shit is brutal, dude. Dude, Patricia, let's go. Thank you, boss. Dude, Felicia, sending love. Let's go. We appreciate that. 4 minutes, guys. We're 3 away. Let's lock this down, and then we're gonna go into the rest of this interview. I mean, I'm a little bit frustrated. I am. I'm a tiny bit, you know, I'm a more than a tiny bit frustrated about, you know, I understand the idea of like looking forward, but what it feels like is, let's get this done. Let's go, Elf. I mean, obviously, if we look at 2024, one of the most glaring things is like 4 million people that voted in 2020 didn't show up, right? You know what I'm saying? Like several million people like did not show up and vote. And obviously there are some, you know, pretty significant reasons for that. And I would like an acknowledgement about that on some way, shape, and form. Right, dude? Love you, Tommy, in chat. Let's go, Sinfo! And, I mean, you know, and what's more, you ready? Here's the real problem, guys. Is without them releasing it, the assumptions will be made. Dude, we just hit the goal. Let's go. Dude, let's go, dude. MJ, thank you, boss. You know what I'm saying? Like, without it being released, the assumption will be made by a significant faction of the Democratic Party that this is related to Gaza and AIPAC, and that the people that aren't releasing it are Zionists. That is the assumption that's going to be made, right? It's like if they don't counter that assumption, that is going to be the assumption that a huge portion of people are just going to dig their heels in and insist that that's it. And that's going to further entrench that like Gaza scenario in the fabric of like our internal rift. You know what I'm saying? Would I be surprised? I mean, not really. I mean, it's hard, guys, because May Day protest, tide, let's dance, let's go. Thank you, Kate. I mean, the problem is most of our leaders are Christians, okay? Most of our leaders are Christians. So, like, unfortunately, I think most of America are like, you know, Zionists to some degree, which is a huge part of the problem, right? Like almost everybody that identifies as a Christian is like going to defend Israel because they think it's connected to the rapture. And so that's the problem. I don't know how we get out from under that religious programming, right? Because obviously if you're a Christian, the rapture is the most important event ever in your entire religious belief. And the only way that can take place is by Israel, like conquering all of the Middle East. So inherently, as long as Christianity is around and as long as Christian leaders are in our government, they are going to be pushing for Israel to conquer the Middle East. And there's really no way around that other than like ceasing to elect Christian leaders, right? And that's what is so like has me baffled, because I don't know how to, you know, you already see with Christians, a lot of them don't care about climate change. They fucking think they have a get out of reality free card. And even, you know, like many of the Democratic Christians are not that much. They might differ from the Republican ones on civil rights, but most of them don't differ that much when it comes to war in the Middle East. Okay? It's true. Okay? Most of the Democratic Christians are super Islamophobic, and they're totally fine with the war in the Middle East. And they won't start it, but once it's started, they won't stop it. I mean, we saw it with both Bushes. Nobody stood up and got in the way of those wars, guys, because they're all thinking, is this going to be the rapture? Is this going to be the rapture? I mean, dude, it's twisted. So, I don't know, you know? I don't know, guys. Those are not real Christians. I don't think there is a such thing as a real Christian, guys. I know people argue that there's some sort of Christians that are like not as fucked up as any of the other ones, but dude, I'm not buying it. None of them are living in reality, boss. You know what I'm saying? Nerdy black woman, let's go. There were 10 million people who voted for Biden in 2020 that cast no votes in 2024. They would have changed the election results. You need to understand why they didn't show. Let's go. That's true, nerdy black woman. Well, some of those, a couple million voted for Trump, for starters. I think a couple million defected. A lot of older white people and some, you know, black and Hispanic men fucking defected to Trump, right? And especially the older white people, white men of my generation and white women, a lot of them voted for fucking Trump, boss. Like, how bullshit is that, nerdy black woman? You know what I'm saying? It fucking kills me to know that the reason we have Trump is because of white people my age, for the most part. That's really it. That's who's responsible, I feel like. Christians in my family never talk about Israel regardless of their political affiliation. Yeah, no, you know the thing is, though, Elf, is I'm glad you brought that up, because I've been having discussions with this about the Israel thing, and it's not even that these Christians are like pro-Israel. It's not like the American Christians walk around being like, ooh, Israel, we love Israel, go Israel. What they do, though, is if you go to them, if you go to most Christians in America and you go and you tell them that, like, Israel is a fucking monster and needs to be stopped, they'd be like, whoa, 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 whoa. They'd be like, slow your roll there, boss. You know what I mean? They're not like pro-Israel. They're just really sensitive to anti-Israel. Okay, anti-Israel to them feels dangerous to their religion. You know what I'm saying? And so they don't walk around even thinking about Israel until you say Israel is bad, and then they're just like, wait a second, right? Like that feels like our religion's in danger, you know? And I don't know how to conquer that. Now, young people don't feel that way. Okay, the young people are like a lot more aware of what's going on. And there's a lot more young people that aren't, you know, Christians in the way that the 50-year-olds are, right? It's fucking, it's really annoying, dude. It's really annoying. I think about like my family, okay? My family in the Midwest, all right? They're not like super politically active, okay? But to them, like, Israel is like our biggest ally in the Middle East. And it just feels like, you know, they equate a bad word against Israel with anti-Semitism, right? Even though there's no real way to convince them either, because they're 60 years old and they've been sort of programmed that way, that Israel is our number one ally. And they think that Israel is helping them fight the people that flew planes into the World Trade Center. And they're just like, they have this blinder on. And that is like a lot of the average Midwest voters that are above 30 years of age. Okay. And I'm not even talking about like the deep Magas. I'm just talking about most of these like white Christian voters in the Midwest that are not politically aware, that are just sort of like, you know, getting their politics from the occasional Facebook post, but they never really discuss politics because they're still in that like, oh, let's not talk politics, you know? And dude, I don't know how to I don't know how to combat them, you know? I don't know how to combat that level of, you know, ignorance, and it is like willfully being in the dark. Like a lot of people want to willfully remain in the dark, okay? They don't want to accept a new world order. I mean, that's really what's going on, is there's a new world order happening where young people are growing up like not super Islamophobic, and they're realizing the difference between anti-Semitism and like Zionist fucking imperialism, okay? The young people are being able to see these nuances. But you get over like 35 and a lot of people, they don't want to see any of that shit. They're just like, you know, I just want to make sure I keep my money. And, you know, that's really all I'm concerned about. Right. You know, dude, I mean, there's also what 𝗃 says there too. I mean, there are groypers that are coming in too. Like, all right, you know how we've seen, right? You know how we've seen those posts by like Benny Johnson and shit, the people who say more young people are going to church, right? I know you've seen those posts, right? You guys in chat, you've seen them, right? Where they say, hey, more young people than ever are going to church. Well, here's the problem. The 20-year-old boys that are going to church now are groypers. They're Nick Fuentes Christians. They're Tucker Carlson Christians. There are no 20-year-old like young people going to church that are like the Christians of my days. Okay? The young people that are going to church now are like the militant groyper America First Christians, like the asshole Christians. Though that's the one Christianity group that is expanding, is like the hateful, like Groyper clowns. And dude, we're gonna have to contend with them next, guys. That's right, yeah. But people going to church today, like people that are newly going to church now that are discovering Jesus, are extremists. They're using religion as like a cudgel, right? And so, like, bro, I don't know, dude. I just feel like it's gonna get weirder. It's getting weirder. All right, let's see Ken. Let's see Ken Martin. I want to get through this. I could talk forever about this because I'm riled up, but we're gonna. All right, you ready? You ready? All right, let's watch these guys.
That's why we've been releasing them. That's why we've been focused in on actually putting those lessons into action. And there's nothing that I told you in August that is inaccurate. We've been sharing those lessons out with donors. We've been talking about this with party leaders and activists and others and organizations and campaigns. It's no surprise to, and I get it. I get why people are obsessed with it, because there's various groups and organizations and people who think there's some sort of smoking gun in there. Guess what, John? In the third closest presidential election in the last 100 years, everything mattered. There's nothing that didn't impact that election.
But why did you spend the money going to 50 states, doing all these interviews, doing all this stuff, and doing this report in the first place, if you weren't going to release the full results of it? Like, why? I don't get why just you and some of the senior DNC people get to see it, but not most of the DNC members who are state party chairs. I mean, more than a dozen DNC members told NBC just the other week they want it released, including Congresswoman Delia Ramirez and North Carolina Democratic Party Chair Anderson Clayton. And Anderson said, quote, "Genuinely, what did you all find that we did not?" How did you answer that question?
What we found is the things we've been telling them, both Anderson, Delia, other folks who have concerns about it. We've shared all of the lessons with them, right? And so again, I think, John, the reality is you're proving my point here, right? People are obsessed about this in a way that continues to turn them away from wanting to focus on the lessons and instead thinking that there's some sort of smoking gun in here that's going to give them the one single reason that Kamala Harris lost the election, or the one single thing that we should have done differently that's going to actually help us win in the future.
Well, but how about, Ken, how about if you just give us 10 things? If it's not one thing, give us 10. You're a good father, much respect. Thank you, 𝗙𝗪𝗏. Dude, Elf says, when my mom, Lutheran, dad, Methodist were alive, they hated 𝗵𝗍𝗶, and my Baptist side, I genuinely don't know. And same with your Catholic side. All right. Let's go, boss. Dude, none of my family even knows who 𝗵𝗍𝗶 is. Dude, they don't, right? They have no idea. They just think that, everybody but Israel and the Middle East are the people who flew planes into the World Trade Centers. That's what my family thinks. They see two things. They see, like, our ally Israel and planes flying into the World Trade Center. It's fucked up, dude. Dude. It is fucked up, bro. Oh, shit. But, dude, all right, Ken, give us 10 things then. You know what I'm saying? Give us 10 things.
There is no one single thing that cost Kamala the election. There is no one single thing that we can do to help us win the upcoming election. There's a number of lessons for sure that will help us win in 26 and beyond. But again, I understand what you're saying, John. We'll just have to agree to disagree on this because, we have already started to put those lessons into action. I'm proud of the results of what we've seen over the last year and a half since I've been elected. We have significant wind at our back, and we're going to continue to move forward. And we're going to continue to put those lessons we've learned into action, and I hope others will start to do the same.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out, because it certainly doesn't seem like anyone's looking for one single silver bullet, because it's a 200-page report. So I feel like on a 200-page report, there's a lot of lessons for everyone to take. And if you're going to operationalize it, then I think the question is, like, are you operationalizing it on behalf of people who didn't actually get to see the report? So, like, do they know what they're agreeing to when they operationalize lessons from the report if they haven't been able to read the report?
John, you're proving the point.
What's the point?
I mean,
what
point
point?
is the obsession on the report without actually focusing in on the lessons. People believe there's some sort of magic silver bullet in there that's going to solve all of our ills.
Dude, he keeps saying the same shit. Dude, dude, please, John, just ask him. Okay, Ken, give me the lessons. I want you to name all of the lessons from this report right now. What are they? Quit giving me, right? I mean, this is the third time he said the silver bullet, the silver bullet. What are the lessons? Give us the fucking lessons there, Ken.
Democratic Party. There's not. And I understand.
I don't think there's going to be a magic silver
bullet.
bullet, though. Who thinks that? No one thinks it's good. No one thinks there's a magic silver bullet. It's a 200-page report. You interviewed people in 50 states. You spent a lot of donor money on it. I think people are probably wondering, like,
we didn't spend a lot of donor money on that, and that's just inaccurate.
You spent a couple $100,000 on it, right?
No, we did not.
It was a free report.
We did not spend a couple $100,000 on that. The person and people who were involved in it were not paid to do this work. And so I would just say that's inaccurate, John. So I'm not sure where you would even get that number. And so do you have some sort of record that shows we spent any money on that?
I've seen reporting that you did spend money on it. Yeah, for sure.
Okay, well, that's inaccurate. Okay, the person we asked to do this is an unpaid advisor to the DNC. And so I appreciate where it's coming from, John, but let's just trade in facts on this, right? The reality is we did talk to, hundreds of people. It was an exhaustive exercise to really get at what are those key lessons. And I want to be very clear. There's nothing that changed from what I said on the campaign trail to now, which is when
you were on the campaign trail and you talked about definitely releasing an autopsy and criticized the DNC for not releasing an autopsy in 2016. In your mind, you thought, I'm going to do one, but only release certain lessons and not the full report?
No, what I said at the time is exactly what I've been saying now, which is we have to focus on the things that help us win the future elections. We have to focus on those lessons. We have to do this exercise, by the way, of conducting this analysis so that we actually learn what happened, not just in 24, but in the years preceding that, John. And so that's where our focus is. I mean, the challenge is, think about this as an executive summary of like you said, a 200-page document. And I think what we've put together and what we learn, we are sharing with people so they have full insight into what we actually need to course correct on as we go into these final 189 days left and into the future. So again,
are you going to release? You mentioned an executive summary. Are you going to release an official executive summary? Make that public?
We've been releasing that, John. That's what I've been saying to you.
Well, you said lesson. There's the Democratic playbook, the playbook that you said you can sign up for on DNC for sure. But I know that NBC News said that before Easter, about a month ago, you told DNC officers on a call to expect an executive summary in short order. Officers on that call told NBC they still haven't received one. You told a North Carolina DNC member who was drafting a resolution to force the report's release that a summary was forthcoming, and he backed off based on that promise. So you've been saying in coming weeks on the executive, like when can people expect an accurate
we've already been sharing that with a number of folks, and we'll continue to share it with folks, including the DNC and other people.
Dude, this guy is fucking pissing me off, bro. Dude, Lucy Lou's mom, let's go! Dude, this guy is fucking making me mad, boss. He is, bro. He is. He just keeps saying the same thing over and over and over and over again, bro. You know what I'm saying? Right? The lessons.
The reality is we're not hiding the ball on this. We have been sharing those things out. Happy to get you over, what we have been sharing out, John. The reality is that there's no smoking gun here. And as much as people would like to keep focusing in on those pieces, what they're ignoring is that we're sharing out the lessons. We have been incorporating those, and we have actually been putting those lessons.
Dude, how many times has he said smoking gun already, bro? Dude, like... It is fucking
into action, which I'm most proud of. Look, we're 189 days.
Hold on. Yo, yeah. Yo, what's up? Political Punk here. Hey, if this motherfucker says smoking gun one more time, I'm gonna climb through the fucking TV set. I am going to rattle his fucking Mr. Rogers brain, dude. Dude, I'm gonna scramble that shit. Dude, no more. Fucker. Dude, I am going to fucking rattle his brain, dude. Like, are you ready? It's going to be like Scott Jennings, right? In a fucking batting cage is what it's going to be in about 5 minutes, dude. Dude, right? One more time. Just say smoking gun one more fucking time, Ken Martin. Right? One more. I dare you to say smoking gun. One more, dude. I will get in my car tonight and I will drive straight to fucking Minnesota, bro. Oh, shit, dude.
Away from this election. You said on the top end of this that what you care most about is helping us to win elections. Okay, let's focus on the elections coming up, John. You know what?
Yeah, well, I mean, I want to focus on winning them. I feel like an autopsy on what went wrong and when we lost the popular vote in all those states in 2024, and figuring out what went wrong based on a big report is pretty important for everyone to know.
Yeah. I've spent my entire career, John, as you know, since 1990, winning elections up and down the ballot, both in Minnesota and across the country.
I appreciate that.
And I'm happy to talk to you about winning elections. If you want to actually talk about elections, I'm happy to talk to you about those.
But dude, base notes, let's go! Oh, yeah, but Ken, I'm glad you're so good at winning elections, but dude, 2 years ago, we got our asses handed to us. We lost everything. We lost the House, we lost the Senate, we lost ground all over the states. Now the Voting Rights Act just got fucking gutted because of the Supreme Court, because we lost in 2016. We won in 2020. And then we didn't expand the Supreme Court or do anything. All we did after we won in 2020 is we let an insurrectionist fucking win because our president was like, brain-addled, right? And like, dude, I mean, I'm glad you're good at winning elections, but where the fuck were you for the last 10 years, bro? Right? Dude, let's go. Oh, shit, baby. Thank you. Thank you, Base Notes. You're amazing, boss. Welcome to the new members. Let's go. Dude, let's fucking go, baby. Oh, man. All right. Here we go. Come on, Kenny.
But again, you're proving the point that I think many folks, are frustrated in this party, which is people want to turn backwards to relitigate the 2024 election. To point fingers, to place blame, to
I think you want to learn lessons, like you said.
Well, listen, to win elections, if they want to win elections, I'm happy to share what we learn in the way of the lessons on why we lost the 24 election and the years preceding that. Happy to share those. We're sharing those out with everyone. But again, this conversation doesn't help us actually win elections. All it does is continue to turn people inward. What we need to do is focus on the work we need to do in the 189 days. Learn the lessons. And I'm happy to go over what those lessons are. I'm happy to go over them with anyone who wants to talk about them, John. But what I'm not going to do is release a report that turns everyone backwards, trying to either point fingers or place blame, and actually ignore their own responsibility in helping us to fix the situation. The reality is we all have a responsibility. Yourself, myself, everyone, in actually learning those lessons, focusing on the upcoming election, putting them into action so we don't repeat those same mistakes. That's what we've been focused on, John.
So Steve 𝗡𝗟, longtime Democratic strategist who's run Florida for the party, told the Washington Examiner that there's a, quote, financial penalty specifically tied to burying the autopsy because donors want a clearer accounting before recommitting. The DNC is entering April with negative net cash on hand. So even on your own, standard of does this help us win, is it possible that the autopsy decision is actually costing you the money you need to win?
That's just inaccurate, John. And I'm sure you follow the campaign finance reports like I do. We raised $105 million in 2025, a record amount of money for the first year.
You're not have negative cash on hand right now. You don't have debt that's
yes,
made
we
it
do
negative
have debt,
cash on hand.
But we do have debt, John, and that's because I took out a loan last year to make sure we could make deep investments. You know what we've been doing, John? We've raised a record amount of money, $105 million. It's the most raised for the first year chair of any DNC chair in the history of this party. And you know what's great? You know what's great about it? We raised in 2017, which is an analogous year, a year right after a presidential loss. Tom Perez raised $40 million less than what we raised this year.
Right, he didn't have the debt that you guys have.
Yes, he did. He had $76 million in debt. And so my point to you is this, John, okay? I mean, we can trade in all of this, but let's actually trade in facts. $105 million was raised. $85 million of it came from grassroots donors, which is a record amount of grassroots donations raised in the history of the Democratic Party. It shows the energy that's out there. The average contribution is $51, by the way, John.
Dude, it's crazy. You know what's crazy to think about our country is, do you know how well off we would be if all of the money we spent on elections every single year, year in and year out, if all that money just got spent on us? Like, all of that money goes to like media companies and fucking consultants and you're right. I mean, dude, all of the people that air those ads, media companies, social media companies, radio, television, they all just make hundreds of millions of dollars every fucking year. And like, all of that money is spent to get a bunch of people in office that essentially don't do shit when they get in there. They rename a post office, or they fucking tell us how, yeah, we're a couple votes short, blah, blah, blah. But like, meanwhile, you know, the people that own ABC and NBC and CNN and Google and fucking Facebook are just raking, okay? They're just raking, you know? And it's like, it's kind of depressing because we'll spend $100 million, $200 million, $500 million, $1 billion on a fucking election, but we won't spend that money on us, you know? It's fucking brutal.
And, you know, we raised more than any of the other committees last year, the DS, the 𝗙𝗵𝗋𝗎. And I will just tell you this, all of the Republican committees raised more than the DNC. And so that's just a reality of coming out of a year when you lose the presidential election, when you're the party that's out of power. Of course, you're going to not raise as much money as the Republicans. But to suggest that we're not raising money is inaccurate. We raised $32 million. We raised $32 million in the first quarter. But what we're doing that's a little different, John, is we're spending it. We're raising it and we're spending it. Because one of the lessons we learned...
But you're spending more than you have. I mean, so you guys have 13.9 million cash on hand, right? I'm reading the report. 13.9 million cash on hand, 18.3 million in debt. So that's roughly negative $4.4 million. And I know it's a tough environment for the party out of power, but the 𝗙SCC and the 𝗙CCC and these Senate candidates have plenty of money. They're all doing great. So it seems like this is an issue unique to the DNC.
That's not accurate, John. Listen,
what part is not accurate?
The reality is we're spending money as we raise it to win elections and to build infrastructure. We have invested significant amounts of money, record investments in Virginia and New Jersey, investments in Mississippi in their state legislative races to help them flip the state, the Republican supermajority in their state legislature. And
I mean, some of that is true, right? I mean, this shit is true. They did break the supermajority in Mississippi. I will say this, okay? I'm not going to fucking, he certainly is not getting a pass. Well, we've at least gone 5 minutes without him saying smoking gun. But I am gonna credit the DNC this year with making significant inroads in state houses. Okay, that has actually happened. And I know that shit that none of us really see, okay? We don't really pay a lot of attention to like the supermajority in Mississippi being broken, or the flip of that state house seat in Georgia, or what they did in Wisconsin is in the last couple of years, they broke the supermajority and they put 2 liberal Supreme Court justices in there. So Wisconsin's gonna get new maps and new state maps, and the state of Wisconsin is going to be liberated from Republican control. There have been a lot of like state level wins, okay? And that I think is actually good, because let me just tell you, we didn't do that for like 15 years. Like 2000 to 2015, all the way through Obama's presidency, we focused only on the national. And the Republicans went in and developed like gerrymandered supermajorities in most of the fucking states. And that cost us like massively, okay? That really cost us massively. So I do appreciate the fact that we've been gaining some wins on the state level, but you know what I don't like though? I don't like how he's not explaining it in a way like it keeps feeling like he's telling John, like, you're part of the problem, instead of him saying, no. Like, here are the lessons we learned, right? Like he said a million times, I can share the lessons we've learned, but he's not shared a single fucking lesson yet. And so, like, okay, share the lessons, right? Like, give us the big wins that you've got. All he's doing is like, yeah, he is like sticking to like a handful of talking points and saying, I can do X, Y, and Z, but then he's never doing it. You know, but I will credit the machine for doing some good state level shit. I just wish they had somebody out there that could sell it to us to get us excited about the wins. Like, you know how if your party has wins, but the person in charge of communication can't tell you how great the wins are, you feel like you haven't gotten any wins, right? You know what I mean? Like we need somebody who can be inspiring and let us know like the good shit that's happening. And this guy is not it, man. You know what I'm saying? This guy is not it. Dude.
Investments in the Miami mayoral race to help us win a Democratic elected mayor in the first time in 30 years. Investments in the PSC races in Georgia to help us win the first two non-federal elected races, statewide races in 20 years in their history. Investments throughout the country, up and down the ballot, and investments in infrastructure, including the largest investments ever in a 50-state party strategy, where we're making the biggest investments in building out the infrastructure of our state and local party committees. You know, one of the lessons.
See, guys, I have to like go at Favreau here though for a minute, because I feel like John Favreau is not doing a good job of holding this guy's feet to the fire, right? Like, why is John Favreau not asking him point blank, Ken, a significant portion of the party thinks Gaza and Kamala Harris's response to Gaza was a part of the problem, and the AIPAC donations among representatives are part of the problem. Did the report say that, or did it not? Right? You know what I mean? Like, he could be asking him direct questions instead of letting him continually dance around this shit. And that bothers me, because I feel like Favreau is providing he's providing like play acting resistance, where he keeps saying, oh, we know there's not a smoking gun 200-page report, but he's not asking any direct questions. Well, is this in the report? Was this in the report? What are we doing about Gaza? What are we doing about getting AIPAC donations out of the party, since you know the youth vote pretty much doesn't want to sign on? Like, what are you doing about that? How many Democrats are going to be taking AIPAC money in 2026? And, you know, I mean, he could ask like straight up direct questions, you know, and he doesn't even have to be, you know, like feisty about it. He could be, you know, matter of fact about it, but ask specific targeted questions. And I don't know if he agreed to not do that or whatever, but like, I don't know, man. I feel like he's not, you know, there. You could unearth, like, get some yes or no answers about what's in that report by asking, was this in it? Was that in it? Did it have anything to do with Liz Cheney? Was it about lack of healthcare? Was it about lack of party identity? Was it about the fact that you guys didn't focus on economics? Was it because Joe Biden stayed in too long? Was it, what are you changing about the Gaza response and response to the, you know, the people being upset about the Zionist money in 2026? You know, I mean, there are a lot of fucking questions that I think could be could be asked, you know?
Lessons we learned, by the way, John, from the last election is that we waited too long to spend money. In fact, the Republican Party, starting in 2020, right after Biden won that race, the Democratic Party packed up the campaign infrastructure. Trump and the Republicans kept going. They kept spending money. They kept organizing. They kept communicating with voters. We did not. And as a result, they had a 3.5-year-long head start and going into the 2024 election. We had 10 million Democrats who actually chose the couch instead of voting in 2024. And part of the reason why is because we weren't communicating with them early and often.
And part of the reason why was also Gaza. If I was in the report, I give specific dates, but I'm not stupid enough to put myself in that situation. Let's go! Alf! Let's go! Dude, does he mention Gaza at all? If he doesn't mention Gaza at once, please, no offense to anyone, but can you please spell milk toast? That is correct. The way you spelled it, Elf. By the way, I don't know if you heard, but that is the correct spelling. All right.
Did the Democratic Party decide last year to start doing? We have our local listener program that's already engaging through year-round organizing those voters who dropped off in 2024. You have to spend money to win elections. And one of the lessons we learned is if we wait. Now, look, I know you came up in a certain time and day in politics, but the old conventional wisdom, John, it doesn't fly anymore. The old conventional wisdom is that you waited to make investments until the final 3 months of the election because that's when people were paying attention. Well, guess what? That's bullshit. It's shown. We have to start early. We have to build that infrastructure. We have to flex that muscle early of having conversations with voters so that we actually position ourselves to win. Now, are you criticizing me for spending money early? Because that seems to be what the thing is. And guess what?
No, I think it's great that you're spending money early, and I think it's very important to invest in state parties. I think a 50-state strategy is extremely important. But we're talking about two different things. We're talking about spending money and raising money, and you raised $11.4 million in March. The RNC raised double that in March. And so if you're going to spend that much money, obviously you have to also raise the money too, because otherwise the difference between investment and just outrunning your costs and taking on a loan because of that doesn't seem like much of a difference to me.
It's not outrunning our costs, John, because we're able to make these investments all throughout the country, and race after race in our state party infrastructure, in our.
Dude, it's starting to feel like the DNC is going bankrupt, boss, and maybe all these guys just have offshore accounts that they're tapping into.
Local party infrastructure. You know, if we weren't able to keep up in terms of building out this infrastructure, then there would be a problem. We've won over 90% of the elections on the ballot, and most of them, if not all of them, we had a direct involvement in. And I just say this to you, John, because, you know, it was a bet we made. And I get it.
See, one thing I do hope, though, guys, I don't want to belabor this point, but obviously the Supreme Court ruling that came across yesterday with the Voting Rights Act and getting rid of the black majority districts, that's going to create a nightmare. I hope that the Democrats planned for that, right? I hope that everything they've been doing has been getting ready for that outcome, because most everybody knew it was coming, but like, it is going to, like, that is going to be something we're going to have to contend with. Maybe not so much in 2026, but it's going to be significant in 2028, guys. Significant.
You know, again, all the folks in D.C., what they like to, they seem obsessed about, and they spend a lot of time thinking about is how much money do people have on hand versus actually what are you doing to build out the infrastructure to win? And what is the role of a political party, John? At the end of the day, our job is to build infrastructure that our candidates can tap into, to do
That's
the
fair.
things that.
Isn't the most important job of a DNC chair to go and raise money? And obviously, like
guess what? The job of the DNC
unfortunately,
chair, the job of the DNC chair is singular. It's to win. And guess what I've been doing the last year and a half? Win. And guess what I did for 14 years in a very purple state? Win, John.
Right.
And I'm just telling you right now, I think you and others who continue to bet against the DNC, keep betting. Because guess what? Here's the reality, John. We're winning. And we're winning because I'm defying.
Right, but the investments you're making are not. I mean,
defying.
Obviously, there's a difference between off-year elections and midterm elections, and what it's going to take to build the kind of infrastructure we need to win in 2028. Right? I mean, I just think that's it. You've talked a lot about investing in state parties. The headline number is $20,000 a month per state. My understanding is that also includes like the Democratic Party of Guam and the Party of the Northern Mariana Islands, who get basically the same check as Pennsylvania or Wisconsin or North Carolina. I get that every state and territory has DNC members. Every one of them voted in the DNC election. You won. But it's also a real chunk of money that's flowing to places without federal races. And so I just wonder if you have this much debt, is like that the right allocation of money to be giving it to state parties in Guam and Northern Mariana Islands when, Axios reported that there's also contemplating layoffs at the DNC?
There's no, again, John, you're just throwing out a bunch of garbage. We've never contemplated.
That's what the report was.
We've never contemplated layoffs at the DNC. I haven't laid anyone off since I've been a DNC chair. Okay. And so I just want to be very clear with you again and your listeners because.
Dude, see, you know what's fucked up about this is like, here's what's crazy. Here's what's crazy about this. Because dude, I'm very Democrat, okay? I am very much in the Democratic Party. I am not like a fucking Hassan socialist, okay? I have a bunch of socialist and communist beliefs, but I am like a party supporter. And I don't feel like this guy is on my side. I don't know if I'm alone in that, but I'm watching this and I don't feel like this guy is on my side. In fact, I feel like he thinks the 𝗙𝗡𝗵𝗍𝗀 guys are like expectant leftists, and those guys are pretty central. You know what I mean? Like those guys are not super far left. Like does Ken Martin even understand the full range of people in the Democratic Party? He's treating the 𝗙𝗡𝗵𝗍𝗀 guys like they're fucking Mike from PA, with the Central Committee fucking hats on and shit. And it's like, yo, dude, do you have any idea how much of the party is like out beyond the 𝗙𝗡𝗵𝗍𝗀 guy? Dude. And he's so combative, like, oh, I thought you came on this show because you wanted to like make the listeners feel better, but I'm watching you speak and I want to drive over to your house and start throwing eggs. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Dude, it is like, what the fuck, bro?
You're just repeating garbage, pot shots at the DNC. I'm used to taking the pot shots, by the way, and I think the mistake that you and others make is, somehow I just don't care. I came to this job for one thing, which is to win. And if it wasn't,
you think the state party allocation to like to Guam and everything is worthwhile allocation of funds?
I think it is a worthwhile allocation because when we organize everywhere, we can win anywhere. And it's important for us not to just focus on federal power at the expense of state and local power. This is where I'm challenging the conventional wisdom of all these smart people in Washington, D.C. here, which is that the only thing that matters is control of Congress and the presidency. My job is to help us win everywhere, to build power up and down the ballot throughout the country, including in our territories. And so you and I can just disagree on whether or not those are investments that are worthwhile. I believe they are worthwhile. It's important for us to actually build power for our party and our party values everywhere there's Democrats, and we're going to continue to do that.
All right, now I don't know about the Guam. I'm not as well versed of what's going on in the territories, but I will say this. I will say that investing in the state level across all of the United States and not just focusing on federal is really important. Okay? That actually is really important. And it's something we didn't do for like 20 years while the Republicans did it. Because when you're successful at the state level, you win more at the federal level. And right, you absolutely do. Still no message? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what they're doing about that, about like the messaging. that's really hard. It's hard because fucking like I'm trying to figure out what the, you know, I'm trying to figure out what singular identity we can get behind. Okay. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the thing that really like bothered me about 2024 is like, for example, you ready? I thought, okay, hear me out on this. I thought the most galvanizing issue in 2024 was like, we had a female presidential candidate, Kamala Harris. I thought it was going to be centered around the fact that abortion rights were gone and that they had overturned Roe v. Wade, which meant the Civil Rights Act, the Voter Rights Act, like everything was going to fall. But what's really fucked up is I found that nobody gave a shit. None of the men in America gave a shit about women's rights disappearing. And I don't think the men in America will care when fucking gay rights or trans rights disappear. That was really disappointing to me. Like, I thought my fucking generation of men whose mothers, you know, saw the you know, and our sisters and shit had a right to control their uteruses. I thought we would be like, dude, fuck that. How can my daughter have less rights than my mom did? Right? You know what I mean? I thought men of my generation would be like, dude, this is fucked up. But what I discovered is they didn't give a shit. They didn't. They just wanted a tax cut. And they don't even give a shit about their daughter's rights. You know? And like, dude, so now we have to figure out, well, okay, what can we get behind? Because there's like healthcare, there's fucking education, there's civil rights, which nobody seems to fucking care about anymore, right? Then there's a huge portion of the party that the only thing they care about is Israel. And so like, dude, you know, somebody mentioned anti-corruption and anti-billionaire, which is like, yeah, that's a really big one too. But then with the DNC, billionaires are a huge part of their fucking donor base too. So it's like, you know, I'm not sure the DNC is going to adopt a fucking anti-billionaire party. You know what I'm saying? But yes, we do have to have enemies. We have to have like definable enemies, guys. We do. We need a definable, like whether it's like the billionaires or, you know, the billionaires and MAGA. It could be the health insurance companies. It could be, right? I mean, you know, you gotta, the whole, the enemy of my enemy is my friend kind of deal, right? But man, it's just hard because, like, I don't know. I thought 2020 should have been so easy for us, right? It's like Trump fascism, and they already took women's fucking rights away. But like the most heartbreaking thing to me, guys, as a guy, I know I'm older and shit, but it was realizing that most men in America don't care that women lost their right to their uterus. Most men in America don't actually give a shit that women lost their rights. And in fact, I think if they took away the 19th and made it so women couldn't even vote, I think most of the men in America would not even raise a fucking alarm flag. They'd be like, oh, well, whatever, moving on. And that fucking bothers me, boss, because I thought we, meaning men, were like better than that. You know what I mean? It's like they cared in theory, but they didn't fucking care in like, you know, it wasn't like an overriding thing of like, man, we gotta, right? You know what I'm saying? Because a large portion of independent men voted for Donald Trump, men my age, they simply didn't care that their daughters have less rights than their mothers did. You know, they don't care. And that's fucking crazy, dude, because we knew, like, who's after that? As soon as Roe v. Wade, it's going to be gay marriage, it's going to be trans rights. Now it's the Voting Rights Act. Next, it'll be the Civil Rights Act, and they'll be segregating schools again in the South. And like, are you shitting me? And literally, and the Roe v. Wade wasn't the giant siren predicting all of that shit coming, and still a bunch of men, male independents my age, voted for the insurrectionists? Like, bro, you know, because like to me, Roe v. Wade getting overturned after all those Supreme Court justices lied. They all went in front of the Senate when they were getting confirmed, and they said Roe v. Wade is settled law. Roe v. Wade is settled law. And then they fucking overturned it. And it was like, dude, that was the sign, man. That was the building being on fire. And all the men were like, whatevs, right? Whatevs. Oh, look at him. He's driving around in a garbage truck. He's, I don't really know if I feel good about Kamala. She doesn't shoot the shit enough. I can't have a beer with her. It's like, bro, what the fuck, dude? You know, that fucking just really like breaks my heart. It's like, I feel like American men, especially if they're over the age of 40, they just don't fucking care about anything because they just want to like, oh, how can I get more money? You know? Fucking idiots, bro.
And so whether you think that's a worthwhile investment or not, that's fine. You know, you can take your check back if you don't believe it's a good investment, John. But let me just say this. The role of the Democratic Party is to build infrastructure everywhere so that we can win. Let me give you a couple of examples of what that infrastructure is. You know, our voter file and our organizing tools and our data, every candidate, whether they're running for school board or president, relies on that. We spend over $10 million a year on that, John. That's a critical piece of the infrastructure that people rely on. Without the DNC, they would have to do that on their own, all of these candidates. Our voter protection and legal infrastructure that we build, every committee and every candidate relies on us to be out there filing lawsuits and protecting the vote. We filed over 1,000 lawsuits, which is a record number of lawsuits over the last year alone, right? Including being lead plaintiffs in many of the big lawsuits challenging Trump's executive orders. This is a piece of the infrastructure people rely on.
On that, you mentioned the voter file.
Yeah.
There's been a talk that a meaningful chunk of the DNC's debt traces to the committee buying the Harris campaign's voter file. Is that accurate? Did you guys buy the Harris campaign's voter file?
No.
That didn't happen?
No, you're talking about buying a fundraising list, but that's not a voter file.
The fundraising list.
Yeah.
Did you?
Of course we purchased that.
I was just wondering about the rationale for that, because it feels like the DNC and the Harris campaign were operating off largely the same data infrastructure during the campaign. So what did buying the list?
You're confusing two things, John. Data infrastructure and fundraising list. Those are separate things. And But
even on the fundraising list, you guys didn't work up. That was additive. Their fundraising list for $6.5 million was additive to that. That was a good investment.
We purchased that list. And let me just say this, John, that happens all the time in campaigns and elections, as you know.
Oh, I know. It's just a big chunk of money. That's why I was just wondering.
But as you know, John, that happens all the time. So it's not unique to this DNC.
Dude, this guy, bro, like, what the fuck? It happens all the time. What was that line about? You can take your check back if you want to. Like, you're literally meeting with party supporters, and you're essentially saying, like, you know, if you want us to refund your money, right? Like, he's being so combative, right? He is being so combative. I still believe in what my parents taught me in order. Top 3 things need to be made into law: free education, all levels, free healthcare, all places of work have to allow unions. Let's go, Alf. Dude, those are all good things, boss. Appreciate you, dude. Dude, what the fuck, bro? Yeah, those are definitely fucking good calls. He's so combative.
Not unique to prior DNC chairs. It's not unique to campaigns or elections. Frankly, campaigns and elections, campaigns at the end of an election sell their list to cover their debt. And so there's nothing new about that, John. And of course, that's one of the biggest lists and the most valuable lists out there. It's a great investment for the DNC. I'm trying to actually help us raise money so we can compete, so we can win. And that was not only a great investment, it's It's already paid for itself, and we're glad to be able to do that. And, we buy lists all the time. That's what people do in this business.
Pod Save America breaking news is brought to you by
Dude, Jesus, what the fuck, bro? It's brought to you by ActBlue. Dude, they're sponsored by ActBlue. Crazy. They're so fucking
and
demi.
raise money for candidates and causes you believe in at actblue.com/crooked. Yeah, look.
See, dude, it's like, it is like crazy. I mean, it's crazy because you realize that, like, the conflict of interest happening here with the Favreau brothers and Pod Save America, how they're interviewing the head of the DNC on a podcast that is sponsored by the fundraising arm of the DNC. So if you're wondering why John Favreau is not answering any real pointed, zeroing in questions, that's it. Because this whole fucking podcast is sponsored. It's like a paid advertisement to, we got heated with Ken Martin. And, dude, you got heated fucking play acting with Ken Martin. You know what I'm saying? And again, all of the guys in, Favreau and his buddies and fucking Viator and all these Pod Save America guys and all their friends and all of Ken Martin and all of his friends, all of them are unaffected. No matter how long the war goes on in fucking Iran, no matter what happens, all of these guys are in a social class that they are immune to, even if fucking J.D. Vance wins and we have a technocrat fascism, all of these guys are going to be living it up. They're in the Hunger Games class, right? And so it's sponsored by ActBlue. Like Favreau, dude, that's fucking as weak as Ken Martin. I can't tell which one of these guys I find more offensive, Ken Martin or fucking Favreau. Because at least Ken Martin, as objectionable as he is building fucking state infrastructure, right? And Favreau is like, I'm really doing this hardcore journalism, not sponsored by ActBlue, right? I'm doing a DNC interview sponsored by the DNC. Bro, what the fuck, dude? This is part of our problem is you know what I mean? Is that I don't know, dude. I feel like it feels like some of our voices, okay, some of our media voices are just on the take as well, okay? And it's not just CNN and NBC, okay? It is everybody that's not a fucking renegade, streaming out of their own house. Everybody that has a fucking studio is on the take, You know what I mean?
Here's the reason I'm just being so tough about all of this. I just think that
Dude,
what I have seen
being so tough about all this right after the ActBlue commercial, he's like, "Oh, here's the reason I'm being so tough. I'm being so hard. Thank you, ActBlue. I'm not going to ask one question about Gaza, even though Ken said smoking gun until Politicalpunk was about ready to throw his monitor out the fucking window, right? And that Gaza's the word that never came up. That is the thing everybody's talking about. Dude, we're 25 minutes in, and he hasn't said the question. What about Gaza and AIPAC money, and how is that? The Democratic Party's still divided on this. What are you doing about this, Ken? Oh, wait, and now here's our word from ActBlue. Dude, I'm irritated. I'm irritated. These Pod Save America guys fucking make me mad, dude, because they're fake opposition, bro. They are. They're fake opposition, man.
Happened before.
And it's not even like you have to be opposition. That's the wrong word, because I don't want people in my party to be opposition. That is the wrong word. I want to improve my word choice. You know what they are? Is they are fake accountability. Okay? They are fake accountability. Okay? That's what it is. Because the whole point of this is about making the DNC accountable but this thing is sponsored by the DNC. So it's pretending to make the DNC accountable in exchange for however much money they made from Act Blue for fucking having that commercial in there. You know what I'm saying? Dude, John did pretty good considering he was talking to his boss. Right? They're going to create a little drama that people fucking put online. But I'm probably going to tweet about this, though, because this is fucking, this shit is like, it makes me mad. And it makes me mad when I see people on the left doing those polymarket campaigns. Okay? I see leftists doing the polymarket campaigns on Twitter. And it made me mad when I saw like Midas Touch and other leftist companies doing that Medicare company that is funded by J.D. Vance and Vivek Ramaswamy, whatever it was called, like CARE or something. It started with a C. I can't remember what the company was. But like, dude, it just makes me mad because Chapter, yes, thank you, Chapter. You know what I'm saying? Like that fucking makes me mad, dude. Because it's like, it seems like a lot of our voices are on the take. They're just in it to make money and tell us everything's going to be okay. But for a lot of us, it's not okay, man. You know what I'm saying? And you're right. They are never Trumpers. But like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know, man.
Actually, in off-year elections, midterm elections, when we have the wind at our back, and I feel great about the midterms. I feel really excited about the off-year elections too. As we head towards 2028, look, I saw this in 2022. We did well enough in the midterms, and Democratic insiders, Biden administration, everyone else were saying, you know what? This proves that we're going to win in 2024, and we're in great shape. And God, I hope so, because I think we need to win 2028 more than anything. But it concerns me that I see two things. One, this autopsy, which you campaigned on releasing, and I know you're releasing lessons, but are hiding still plenty of the details in the autopsy, and I just can't figure out what details that are in there that you don't want out there because you don't trust people with, because they're going to, I guess, argue about them, because it feels like we really need a robust discussion about where the party's headed, not just pundits like me, but the state party chairs and the DNC committee members who are asking you to release it. They're asking you to release it.
I know you want to keep focusing on that, and that's fine.
Well, and I'm saying, and I do think that affects and the fundraising isn't going well either. So I feel like that's
the fundraising. That is just completely inaccurate, John.
I mean, you had a great first year in 2025,
and we've had a great first quarter. $32 million we raised in the first quarter. We raised $4 million in March than Tom Perez did in 2018.
That's excluding debt, though. That's excluding debt.
We have 50% more cash on hand than Tom Perez did.
But you're excluding debt. You don't have 50% more cash on hand if you include your debt.
John, we do. Because at the end of the day, we can pay that debt off whenever the hell we want. I could hold that debt until the end of the year. So the reality is there's nothing that's holding me back in terms of the cash I have, the cash on hand I have to spend it on elections.
Dude, I will say this. I don't really have a problem with John keeps hammering away at the debt. I don't care about the debt. I don't care if they're running on credit card as long as they're building out the infrastructure and getting the wins. But I do care, though, that this is a 33-minute interview. And the only thing, the one thing that everybody in that report has a question about was what was the effect of the Gaza shit, Israel, AIPAC money, and what's the Dems policy going forward on that? And Ken is not offering it up, and Favreau's not asking the fucking question, bro. You know what I'm saying? Nobody is asking the question. It's like watching two guys paid by the same dude dance around the question for fucking 27 minutes, bro. And I'm ready to fucking scream my fucking head off. Because we all know the thing that they think is the smoking gun that Ken says isn't, or fucking says isn't the smoking gun, and blah, right?
I can carry that debt all the way through the end of this year and beyond if I want. So that's just inaccurate. I know you know campaigns, but you're just spewing stuff out that's just wrong.
I'm saying that I saw that talking point about 50% more, and it's based on excluding the debt. So that's why
we raised $32 million in the first quarter, okay? We have $15 million on hand. We're able to spend that money on continuing to build our infrastructure and to help us win elections, okay? And we've continued to raise money. Nothing has slowed down. In fact, the fundraising has picked up significantly since even the last November's elections in 2025. So, listen.
And I know the grassroots fundraising has been great. I know that. I concede that for sure. There's plenty of reports about this. I've talked to plenty of people about this, that a lot of the big donors still have not come off the sidelines. And part of the reason is that there's a trust issue based partly on the autopsy.
Yeah, I'm just not seeing that, John, and I appreciate that. And
yeah,
you know,
that feels like it's code word for we have AIPAC, and so forget about it.
I don't
Dude,
believe that to be the
bro?
case. Maybe you're talking to donors that I'm not. I highly doubt it, but the donors I'm talking
or
to,
if that's not the case, that's what people are thinking, right?
are holding back. They're not holding back because they're frustrated with me, and they're not holding back because they're frustrated with the DNC. Just the opposite. And so I think people see that we are actually putting into action the lessons we've learned. We're actually building the infrastructure we need. We're competing up in the down the ballot. We're making the investments throughout the country to make sure that we're organizing everywhere. I mean, part of the challenge, John, is we've talked about this on the show before, that this party for years, and this is why I ran for it, has had a very myopic vision of just focusing in on one campaign cycle, one candidate, one campaign at the expense of a long-term strategy. And for us to break out of that, we actually have to have a long-term strategy, and that requires us to build through the lens of building long-term infrastructure. And so, you know, you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. If you throw all your eggs into one basket, which is one campaign or one campaign cycle, then you've built nothing permanent. Or if you do as I am, right, which is to start building the permanent infrastructure we need to have a long-term strategy, then you get blamed because you don't have enough cash on hand to compete with the Republicans. Well, the reality is we've been competing with the Republicans and building the long-term infrastructure at the same time. And so what I would ask you to do is just think about this differently. The old conventional wisdom of how we do campaigns. I came in here, and as I said, I'm challenging that conventional wisdom. I'm challenging the idea that we just invest in the final 3 months at the expense of a long-term strategy. I'm challenging the conventional wisdom that we just focus on federal power at the expense of state and local power, right? I am challenging the conventional wisdom that we just focus on 7 battleground states at the expense of the rest of this country. So I get that that frustrates people, John. But guess what? It will pay dividends. It already is, both in the short term, and it will pay dividends in the long term as this map shifts underneath of our feet in the next 4 to 6 years. So I say all this. I get where your frustration comes from, right? But as I said, you know, and I get it. You know, there were people, including you and others, who are in a different place on this chair's race. But since I've come here, I have won. And you can't ignore that fact. We have won. I would go and ask you to talk to Eileen Higgins, the mayor of Miami. I would go and ask you to talk to Alicia Johnson and Peter Hubbard, the new PSC commissioners in Georgia. I would go and ask you to talk to 𝗙𝗽cie𝗶𝗹𝗀 in New Jersey. I would go and ask you and talk to Abigail Spanberger in Virginia. I would go to ask you to talk to Taylor Ramett in Fort Worth, Texas.
Dude, I will say, you know the thing I say a lot, the name that I say a lot, some of you will fucking recognize, but Jay Jones. I'm still impressed that Jay Jones won. Like, that to me was a very, very different than the Democratic Party that when I was younger, the Democratic Party would have looked at Jay Jones and they would have like stopped backing him or asked him to step down, or they would have given up that fight and just written him off and focused on the other races. And so I was actually pretty impressed that they fucking stuck with Jay Jones, even though they were running around the clock ads of Jay Jones is going to murder your kids, and he still won, right? You know what I mean? That was pretty fucking, I liked that. I was like, all right, that's some gumption. I don't think he's going to mention Mamdani though, right? You think he's going to mention Mamdani? I bet he doesn't.
And many, many other campaigns and candidates that we've helped over the course of the last year and a half. Because what they will tell you is that the DNC was critically involved in those races. Was that a good investment? I suppose by some people's standards, no, because we're not hoarding our money for the November election to win back control of Congress. Well, guess
No,
what?
I want to make sure you guys have enough money, and I know there's fundraising issues that you're being RNC raised nearly double than you guys, so I want to make sure you have enough money, and the DS and the D-Trip and everyone else and the Senate candidates are raising a whole bunch of money and matching Republicans, so I just want to make sure you guys have the money.
They're not matching Republicans.
As well.
There's not matching Republicans. Every Republican committee outraised their counterpart. The RNC,
not by double as with you guys in the RNC, but I hear your point.
They didn't outraise us by double either. We raised $32 million to their $56 million or $54 million.
I'm going by the March numbers, which is 11 to 21. But I hear you. All right. Well, I appreciate you. I appreciate you coming on. I appreciate you answering these questions. And I do hope it was interesting to learn that you do still plan on releasing an executive summary of the full after action report publicly to people who want it. That is coming soon, I guess.
We've been releasing those. We'll continue to release those.
We've been releasing them. You've been releasing an executive summary, or you've been doing individual lessons?
We've been releasing those lessons. The lessons are the summary. We've been releasing those since the beginning of this year, in briefing after briefing.
We're back at the beginning of this summary is coming, and we've already released it.
We published them in our playbook, as I mentioned. We'll continue to release them. And so if anyone wants to see some of that work already, go to dnc.org.
Yeah, and the reason why John can't ask any more questions is because this whole interview was sponsored by the fucking by the DNC,
playbook, and you can
by the
see how
Act
we're
Blue
putting those lessons
fundraising
into
arm.
action. We'll continue to do that, John. I mean, that was my commitment when I ran, and that was my commitment when we talked last, is that we were going to help make sure people understood what lessons we needed to learn going into this election. We'll continue to do that. So,
thank you, Ken Martin, for joining as always.
Jesus, dude. All right, let's see what people said. Dude, what 18-year-old first-time voter watches this and feels in any way connected to the party? Dude, I've been a Democrat since the 70s, and I watch this, and I feel less connected to the party than I did before I watched it. That's disappointing, right? It's the exact reason why Democrats lose. Get rid of this guy. Flashback to 2016. Somebody had never been more sure about the presence of a smoking gun. I'm going to comment here, too. Dude, yikes. Yeah, dude, I'm going to get on Twitter about that tonight. I am going to go off on Twitter about that. Now, let's do an honest assessment here. Number one, I am actually, again, I'm going to say it again. I know you've heard it like 3 times, but the state level investing money, flipping the mayor in Miami, winning that local seat in Palm Beach, all of those local wins, breaking the supermajority in fucking Mississippi, right? Sticking behind Jay Jones, doing what they did in Virginia and New Jersey, right? Like the state wins in Wisconsin and the 2 new Supreme Court justices. All of that state level shit is amazing, okay? And it's good to see that Dems are doing that they're doing 24/7, 365 investment at the state level and constant voter outreach. That's great. But one of the big problems that I have is like Mamdani didn't get mentioned, Gaza didn't get mentioned. They were both dancing around the smoking gun, you know, Ken kept saying, people think there's a smoking gun. And it's like, no, people are concerned about Gaza. They're concerned about AIPAC. And it's a big enough group of the party to sink the goddamn election. So it's something we damn well should be talking about openly. And at the very least, if Ken said, you know what, we're still using some AIPAC money and we're using it in certain areas where we have to use it, and it's a temporary measure, if he was at least being honest about it and they weren't dancing around it, he was saying, yes, we're going to use AIPAC money in some of these states where we are heavily outmatched fund-wise. And we can't yet eliminate all the AIPAC money. And I know that part of the people in the party are really upset about this, but you have to trust that we're building out the infrastructure to the point we won't need it one day. He could say something like that. He could at least be honest about where we are. And John could have asked some honest questions. But the reality is this was like a faux heated interview that was sponsored by Act Blue. You know, so this was like a paid promotion, you know what I mean? And then you wonder, like, how did this come about, right? Did Ken Martin pay, Pod Save America to let them, like, loosely ravage him? You know what I'm saying? Like, did Ken say, hey, do you guys want to make $100,000, right? Or, how did this shit even come about that it's being sponsored by the fundraising arm of the DNC? How can you interview the DNC and have that interview be sponsored by the fundraising mechanism of the DNC? To me, that just feels like, I don't know, that feels fundamentally dishonest, you know what I mean? And I mean, I know that these guys are funded, but still, that bothers me a little bit, okay? It does. It bothers me a little bit. Now, what we do about it, I'm not exactly sure, but we'll figure it out. People in the comments, though, definitely, right? Now, I want to see what Zee said. Hold on, because they're the person who is an on-the-ground organizer for the Unfuck America tour, right? Zee Cohen-Sanchez. I didn't listen to the whole thing, but the only smoking gun you know of is in your pajamas. All right, Al, let's go. That sounds crazy. Dude, don't light those pajamas on fire. But Zee Cohen-Sanchez, who is like the young outreach, the Unfuck America tour, she like deals with like, winning over young voters. She came out and was like, Ken Martin needs to resign. And so I think we should watch that. I'm curious why she wants him to resign, because that's pretty big. She is here. I'm going to show you. Right here. She is Zee to the Hill, right? Right? Is this the person you're thinking of? Right?
Ken Martin should step down as DNC chair.
All right,
Ken Martin should step.
We're going to pause there and
Ken Martin should step.
Let's go. Dude, yeah. Is this who you were thinking of? Strawberry blonde? All right, I could see that. But yeah, she is fucking feisty. All right, you ready? Let's see what she says. Here we go.
Ken Martin should step down as DNC chair, and people inside the party are starting to say it. So let's talk about it. If this is the first time you're seeing me, my name is Zee. I'm a political operative, and I run the largest counter organization to Turning Point USA on the left national ground game. You may have heard about us through the Unfuck America tour, but in the next few weeks, I have some ground-breaking news coming out on Turning Point USA that you're not going to want to miss, so go ahead and hit the follow button. Really quick to catch you up. So a couple of days ago, Ken Martin went on the Pod Save America podcast, and on that podcast, as they were questioning why he would not release the 2024 autopsy report. If you don't know what that is, it's essentially a report that says why we lost the 2024 election. And it's important to note that Ken Martin ran his race saying that he was going to release this report. That is literally what he campaigned on. It's a quick clip with
when
what
you were
he
on the
said.
campaign trail and you talked about definitely releasing an autopsy and criticized the DNC for not releasing an autopsy in 2016. In your mind, you thought, I'm going to do one, but only release certain lessons and not the full report?
No, what I said at the time is exactly what I've been saying now, which is we have to focus on the things that help us win the future elections.
His whole argument here is that we need to be focused on winning elections, but within the DNC, there is a lot of tension over this because obviously, in order for us to win elections, we need to know what went wrong. This is not the leadership that we need right now in the Democratic Party. We need people that are aggressive about giving us answers so that way we can move forward and we can build the infrastructure we need to win future elections. Anyway, let me know what you think in the comments below, and of course, remember to follow me to Unfuck America.
All right. So, I mean, so she's calling for the resignation, but like, dude, I'm going to have to process this. I'm going to make a video about this because she's right. That is not the leadership we need. Oh, I like her too, dude. She's feisty and aggressive, and she is like super spicy. Okay, she is super spicy and fucking, you know, she is like doing good work with the youth, like countering 𝗙PUSA. This is like a really, I mean, it's nice that we have a counter to 𝗙PUSA, and in fact, like our counter to 𝗙PUSA is in good shape because 𝗙PUSA is so fucked right now. Like 𝗙PUSA is in the shambles. Okay. But the thing about this though is yeah, and Kate, you're not wrong. We do need to go forward, but like we can't go forward if we refuse to talk about the elephant in the room. Okay? And that's the thing that's problematic is like we obviously have a Gaza, AIPAC, you know, Israel Zionism thing. It's brewing. We're fighting about it. People are like, the people that are like okay with Zionism are really upset with Graham Plattner. Okay? The people that like Graham Plattner want zero AIPAC money in the Democratic candidates at all. Okay? The people that support Zohran Mamdani want to know every Democrat that's taking AIPAC money, and they want to not support the ones that are. And we're not addressing this. And if we're still taking AIPAC money, or we need to because of Citizens United, we should at least have somebody like telling us, hey guys, we know where you stand on AIPAC, and like, but let me be transparent. We've cut it out of like 70% of our races, but 30% of our races we're still going to use AIPAC money for, and we wouldn't do it if we didn't have to, right? You know what I mean? Like that kind of transparency would at least then people would begrudgingly maybe go along because they know that they're not lying about it. When you say no one cares about AIPAC, that is incorrect, boss. Okay? Young people care about AIPAC. Okay? People under 30, whether they are independent or leftist or whatever, they care about AIPAC, guys. Everybody who's got a fucking, you know, a Palestinian friend or relative or classmate cares about AIPAC. Okay? You know what I'm saying? None of your coworkers, yeah, but your coworkers are not the whole of America, boss. I think like 30% of the Democratic Party cares about AIPAC, and 30% is significant. Okay? If 30% of our party doesn't show up, we lose. You know what I mean? So like we have to at least be able to have the conversations about it. You know what I'm saying? Like even if 70% of our party doesn't care about AIPAC, 30% does. So we have to be able to have a conversation with the 30% that does And we need to at least be straight with them so they don't feel like they're being lied to and being told something that's not really happening. Like, and I think Natalie's other clip that we're going to play is going to speak to this, because it's not even so much about AIPAC at this point. It's about trust. It's about the 30% of the party that does worry about AIPAC feel like there's been a breach of trust. Some black voters feel like there's been a breach of trust, okay? Some women voters feel like there's been a breach of trust. People that want health care feel like there's been a breach of trust. I mean, there's a lot of different groups that feel like there's been a breach of trust, and we have to be willing to address it. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? And like, it's like all the people that don't care about AIPAC are fine, but the people that do care about AIPAC, like, we need them too, okay? We can't win without them. And so that's the problem. We need the 70% and we need the 30%. And so, like, we at least have to be able to have conversations about that, And that's what's hard, is like for me, guys, for me that, like, AIPAC is not my number one issue. So I don't care if there's a couple of candidates in the Democratic Party taking AIPAC money. That's not a complete deal breaker for me. However, I do know that in order to not lose the 30% of the people who do care about that, we at least have to, like, hear them out and tell them what's going on with our relationship with AIPAC. And we have to be able to have an open conversation so they don't feel like they're being told that they're not taking AIPAC money while it's coming in the back door, okay? And I think that's reasonable. I think being able to have a conversation with all of our different voter groups is really important if we want to unite people, okay? We can't have the black people feel like we're turning on them and the Hispanic people feel like we're turning on them, and the people who don't like AIPAC feel like we're turning on them. And then at the end of all that, we tell them, oh, I'm sorry you feel like we're not listening to you and we're not giving you straight answers, but please vote for us too. Like, we have to at least be able to talk about it, right? And that bothers me. Like, why can't we have the fucking conversation, right? Like, why does everybody know that Gaza had some impact, okay, on that election? And Joe Biden's lack of, like, speaking up about Israel, and Kamala Harris, maybe her lack of speaking up about Israel, but we don't even talk about it. Like, people think that it had an impact, and for some people it did. A bunch of people didn't show up, And so, like, we should be able to fucking talk to them. You know what I'm saying? And what is this guy saying? You're saying F the genocide crowd. Like, are you trolling? Hold on, we have to look at your messages, right? You know what I'm saying? Dude, what are you fucking talking about, right? Right? You say fuck the genocide crowd. That's like all of the young people, right? So you're saying fuck all the young voters. Everybody, every college voter under the age of 30, you're like, fuck them. Like, dude, yeah, this guy's getting the boot, dude. Later, smell ya. Dude, I mean, but listen to me, okay? I am not a fucking, you know what I'm saying? I am not a huge fucking, like, I'm not the king of the fucking genocide stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Like, for me, I'm not like the screecher about all things genocide. I mean, I speak about it, but it's not like the issue that I go 24/7. But even I know that we need to address it. We need to address it because it's, I mean, look at what it's doing to the fucking MAGA Republicans right now. Okay? It is a big deal. The MAGA Republicans are fucking going through it too, but like, we can't be going through it as well. We do have to address that shit. It's like the elephant in the room. But let's look at this other clip that Natalie has, okay? This other clip is actually pretty good. You ready? Let's watch this. This one is good. You ready? Because this is simple. Just look at this. And the one, you ready? I'm glad you said that, because I'm not asking for fucking, like, we have to just change our dynamics overnight. What I'm asking for is the ability for us to talk about this in a way that's really honest, okay? And transparent, so people can feel trustworthy, okay? Because for some of our voter base, okay, and some of our voters, especially young people, it is a ginormous issue. I have a 21-year-old kid, and let me just tell you, to the 21-year-old kids that have been watching what happened in the last couple of years, they're all fucking livid about this, okay? They are all like have seen the destruction, and they see the, like, Islamophobia coming from, you know, American legislators, and they're livid about it, okay? They see people like Randy Fine just spewing Islamophobia, and they're fucking livid about it. And I think all of us worldwide, having, you know, 50,000, 100,000 people die while a portion of the country gets leveled, whether it's a genocide in Gaza or just bombs landing in some country, that affects us all, man. There's like, we're all scathed by that, whether we've talked about it or not. You know, you can't be unaffected by that shit. You know, and we got the Ukraine too. You know what I'm saying? You're 23. Are you still a kid? I mean, yes, to me you are, but like, not to you, but to me, everybody that's under 30 is a kid, because I'm approaching 60. It's just a term. Don't take it personal. But you know what I'm saying? You know? But all right. So anyway, watch this woman.
I want you to watch this interview that Ken Martin, the chair of the DNC, did with John Favreau at 𝗙ecie𝗶𝗹𝗀. And then I'm going to tell you why it makes me so fucking angry, and it's not going to be for the reasons you think.
I want to start with the 2024 autopsy, which you call an after-action review. When you won the chairmanship in February of 25, you criticized the DNC's refusal to release their 2016 autopsy as exactly what not to do. You said, quote, "Was there any utility in doing that?" And then promised your 2024 autopsy would be different. Your exact quote was, "Of course it will be released." Why did you change your mind on that?
Well, look, I mean, what I said all along, even when I ran for this position, is that we were going to focus on the things that will help us win the upcoming election, right? Making sure that we learn the right lessons that could help inform our victories. And that's what we've done. We said this when we sent out the press release back in November, saying we weren't going to release the report. We were going to actually keep our focus on those lessons, and we released those lessons. We continue to do that. So it's not completely accurate to say that we didn't release that. Where we're keeping our focus is on the lessons that can actually help us win.
So here's the thing, and it's kind of a hot take. It actually really matters that people trust the DNC, because one of the most important things they're going to do is not actually what happens in 2026. It's preparing and running the presidential primary in 2028. The DNC sets the rules. They set the calendar, they set the parameters for who gets to be involved in debates. They shape how we pick a nominee. And it really matters that, in particular, Democratic primary voters believe that they are doing so in a way that is fair and neutral and competent. Trust is built by keeping your word, by when you make a promise, you keep it. And if you can't, for whatever reason, you got to be able to articulate why in a way that brings people in and shows transparency.
Yes.
What Ken does in this interview,
You got to
not going to like
talk to them.
He doesn't, is he undermines trust in this institution. It actually does an incredible disservice to our long-term health as a party. The correct answer in this interview was, you know what, John, you're right and I was wrong. We're releasing that autopsy report today because I understand that it is important for people to trust that the DNC will keep its word. It's on our website right now. He just released it 6 months ago or after the election. It would have been a 2-week bad news story and people would have moved on. I am sure there's no smoking gun in there. I am sure it's quite boring. I am sure it's what everyone expects it to be. Why don't you just fucking put it out? The DNC, beyond moving money to state parties, doesn't actually do much to affect the 2026 midterms. They don't pick candidates, they don't recruit people, they don't really organize volunteers. Like, they just maintain data files, and that's pretty much it. Preparing for the 2028 presidential primary is one of the only really meaningful things you can do over the next 2 years, and you are undermining our ability to do that well. Come on!
Yeah, see, I mean, it's hard. Like, for me, I agree with a lot of that stuff. I could understand, you know what I'm saying? I could understand too if even if they didn't want to release it because they didn't want their opponents to know. What I don't like is I don't like the lack of just, here's why, right? Here's why I am not releasing it. Yes, I said I was going to release it. But you know what, John? We saw a couple things in there that I don't want our opponents to know. Okay, so is there something specific you would like to ask about? Go ahead and tell me, right? And I mean, just any type of communication. But again, that whole interview was Ken Martin being evasive and saying, well, we already did release it. And it was Jon Favreau being paid by Act Blue to fucking interview Ken Martin and not ask any of the hard questions. You know what I'm saying? And so that's what's hard. And like, guys, you know me, okay? You know that I have been very adamant about the vote blue no matter who, defeat the fascists, and like whoever wins the primary, we back, which means if I have issues with Graham Plattner and he wins the primary and I'm a main voter, I'm voting for him. I'm supporting him because he won the primary. And you know that I stand for whoever wins that fucking primary, we're in. And that's what we want to ask of the people in our party. But I do think it's fair that if we're going to request that everybody show up and do what they need to do to help the party win, then the party should be open to answering everybody's questions and providing the transparency that everybody, right? Like, if we're going to ask the leftists to vote for Gavin Newsom, we got to answer their questions about AIPAC, you know? And I'm not saying Gavin Newsom's going to win, but we know there's leftists and AIPAC and Gavin Newsom and whatever. They have these issues. So my thing is I say, leftists, we need you to vote for the primary winner, even if it's Gavin Newsom. And then if they say, okay, but you got to tell us what's going on with AIPAC and Gaza and what's our fucking core issue. And then we got to be able to fucking respond to that too. It should be a two-way street. Like, I believe that they should be required to show up and participate in the party, but then we got to be able to have the hard conversations, man, you know? And that's the thing. I think if we're not going to be willing to have the hard conversations and address their issues, then they're not going to want to show up and toe the party line with us and vote for the primary winner. And that's the thing that we got to heal. We got to figure out how to heal that rift, you know? And I think it's healable because I think it's reasonable as a party to say, yeah, we need to stick together and support the fucking primary winners. But it's also reasonable where if they say, well, okay, who of those primary winners is actually getting AIPAC money and why? And we should be able to have that conversation honestly and say, okay, this person is getting AIPAC money in fucking Ohio because we need it, because we're outflanked, and because most of Ohio is Israel supporters anyway, right? That kind of transparency would fucking move mountains. Okay, because at least you would know they're being honest with us. They're not trying to buffalo us. They're not trying to lie to us to make us feel better. They're not telling us something that we sort of feel maybe isn't true, you know? And I think that type of honesty, like that's the kind of honesty I have with my girlfriend and with my son. And it's that foundational honesty, which means when we call each other out, we know that it's reasonable because we're so honest with each other. We know that they're being truthful and they're not just saying something to manipulate us. And so I think that is a reasonable ask of the party, you know? You know what I'm saying? I think it's a reasonable ask, you know, and so like, you know, so we'll see. I'm gonna see what I can do. Still, I don't know like what effect I can have on this, but I am still, you know, maybe even just putting some of that out in a fucking video, some of that messaging will be helpful because I know that when we discuss these leftist, centrist, liberal, you know, conservative Dem shit, we get caught up, hung up, and then, you know, it's easy to blame the leftists because they won't vote blue no matter who, and then the leftists are calling me blue MAGA, and I'm like, you're kind of like MAGA, and then we argue over Bernie. But I think we could get over all of that with some straight talk about like, hey man, we need each other. I want something from you. You want something from me. Let's be transactional in a way that's good for the party and good for the long-term health of like American politics, you know? And like, you know, it's the lack of being able to have the conversation. And this is the thing that, guys, that we complain about with MAGA. You know, you can't even have a conversation with them. That's the problem. That's why you kick them out of Thanksgiving, not because you don't love them or not because you don't want to connect with them, because you can't have a conversation because they're all just program bots. Men and women sports, open borders, 47 years fighting with Iran. Trump is not guilty, right? So we shouldn't be doing that amongst ourselves. We should create a higher level of being able to have the difficult conversations honestly, so we at least know that we care enough to address the issues, man. You know what I mean? And like, and because I think, guys, I think the danger of if we don't, okay, I was talking about this yesterday about how I was talking about this yesterday about how the groypers are looking for a new place to roost. And my thing is if we can't have open lines of communication about our differences around the AIPAC and the genocide and the Gaza and the foreign policy shit, and even very straight discussions about trans rights and healthcare and all that shit, we will make our party vulnerable to being invaded by some of these more toxic influences that then speak to, you know, it's kind of the shit that Tucker Carlson is trying to do right now, where he is bleeding into the left and the independent middle through the feelings people are having about AIPAC and Zionism and, you know, what went down in Gaza. And you see him like feeding on Anna and Cenk. And there are other voters that are going to get they're going to get roped in with that shit. You know what I'm saying? And you know what I mean? You've been told that more than twice, the vote blue no matter who. Dude, all shit. Right? Oh shit, boss. Yeah, no, we gotta wise up, man. Right? Cenk defends Tucker from AOC. All right, let's watch a little fucking Cenk and Tucker. Dude, that interview fucking pisses me off. We gotta watch a little fucking Trump too. All right? That was a long interview, guys. Shit gets me heated. Yeah, well, the thing about ranked choice voting is ranked choice voting is amazing, but I'll be honest, I'm not sure how we get there, okay? Because the only people that want it are people who are politically literate and educated and realize how valuable it is, but it is like, you know, all the rubes think it's like communist. You know what I'm saying? You know, we use it here in Portland. And it's amazing. It really is. It's amazing. But like, you know, people don't fucking, you know, I don't know how we make that change. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I know states can make those changes individually, right? It's state by state adoption, exactly. You know, like states have to make that individually. But the rubes say it's too hard. Yeah, everything is too hard for the rubes to understand, though. They're fucking morons, bro. All right, I'm going to go to the bathroom, and then we'll fucking continue with some shit. Enjoy the song. In the meantime, I'll be right back, all right? All right, I'll see you in 1 minute. Hang tight. Fucking rubes, boss.
This is it, I'm tired of explaining. It's too late because everyone is waiting. That's great, so why are you complaining? You're on blue. If I'm unsure, will anybody notice? It's my fault because I love you on purpose. I'm insecure, or just a little nervous. You're on blue. Who knows you're on blue? When every bruise looks good on you. Tell me who knows you're on blue. When every bruise looks good on you. You found out that nobody is perfect, and you doubt that anything is worth it. Look around, the world is a circus. You're on blue. So provoking, I forgot to mention. Are you joking? I need some attention. And nothing's working, so change your direction. You're on blue. Who knows you're on blue? When every bruise looks good on you. Tell me who knows you're on blue? When every bruise looks good on you. Why won't you hold my hand? Are you gonna deny this? Do the best you can. I haven't got a plan, but I'm gonna survive this. That's just who I am. When you're on blue, you keep everything inside of you. You try to play it cool. Sometimes you gotta break the rules. I don't know why you are confused. All you need is a little bit of attitude. Yeah. This is it. I'm tired of explaining. It's too late because everyone is waiting. That's great. So why are you complaining? You're on blue. If I'm unsure, will anybody notice? It's my fault because I love you on purpose. I'm insecure or just a little nervous. You're on blue. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Hey, hey, hey. Starting to enjoy the view. I'm all about the altitude.
Yo.
Knows you're on blue. When every bruise looks good on you. Tell me who knows you're on blue. When every bruise looks good on you.
Let's go. All right. Yeah, no, we have it here in Oregon, not in the state, the ranked choice. We just have it in the city of Portland. So we used it. Is that line? No, the song You're on Blue And that line about every bruise looking good on you is about how when sometimes people don't know how like fucked up you are because all of the trauma you've experienced is all the bruises you carry make you really attractive. And so you get involved in these relationships with traumatized people, and people are so attracted to you because of all your wounds, but then the relationship becomes just like unbearable, you know? So that's kind of been a recurring situation that I had, being like somebody who carried a lot of trauma. It was my trauma was what made me so attractive to women. And also it destroyed my fucking relationships like every single time. So it was like this vicious cycle of like being really attractive, but then I would destroy their fucking lives because I was so like wounded, right? I mean, it's a rough cycle that I spent most of my life in until I did some real healing. Dude, it's brutal. All right, you ready? I'm ready for like some non-serious shit. All right, let's watch Cenk have a meltdown. I want to watch 𝗙ecie𝗶𝗹𝗀 be a right-winger. I want to watch like Donald Trump be an asshole, be a fucking talk about being a pirate and shit. Like, what are we doing, America? Dude, our country is kind of falling apart. I need to forget about all this shit, okay? Like, let me just show you today, right? Is the shit that was getting to me was like this stuff, guys. Okay, was this shit, right? Like this. Look at this. Look at what Benny was fucking showing. Okay, look at that. Look at what Benny Johnson displayed on fucking, right? You see this? Oh, wait, let me zoom out a little. There we go. All right, there it is. So this was what Benny posted, which is like all of the South having like, 8 districts or whatever, right? And it's just like basically saying he wants to take the voting rights away from Democrats in all of these states. Okay, just fucking decimate it. But look at what he says. He's so sure of himself. He said the South will look like this in 2026. Okay, which it's not. Right. But you know what I'm saying? He said the South will look like this in 2026. Then we start ICE raids on Atlanta and Charlotte to finish the job. And he says, don't be mad. This is just reparations to hardworking, disenfranchised, deep South Americans who have had their civil rights unconstitutionally stolen by racist Democrats. So he was like basically saying this is reparations to white people that were like disenfranchised. They had their civil rights stolen by black people being able to vote. I mean, isn't that fucking toxic? Like, dude, that is like the most racist, degenerate fucking shit. But he didn't say it. Okay, he said it open-ended, so, he could opt himself out by saying, no, I'm talking about freeing the black people from the Democrats, right? But you know what I'm saying? But, like, dude, it's so fucking dirty, dude. Like, that is, like, some of the craziest shit that I have ever fucking seen, man. Yeah, no, they want the Confederacy, guys. And then simultaneously, look at what Trump's talking about. Look at Trump.
Actually, a lot of you, but it's not that much. And so we made it 1776. It's just special. I mean, the whole place, it's a special country. But when you look at some of the movies and documentaries about the founding of our country and all of the great people, George Washington, Abraham Lincoln, Thomas Jefferson, Lincoln later, but Thomas Jefferson, all of the original founders, and some of the ones that are least known are actually the most important and the most interesting, actually. But when you look at all, then you have the Civil War. The Civil War was brutal. It was a brutal. I always said, why couldn't that have been settled? And maybe it could have been, but it was a brutal war. It was supposed to last one day, and because Robert E. Lee was an amazing general. You know, I deal with generals a lot, and I ask who was the best general. A lot of them say Robert E. Lee, because he took something that was supposed to end in one day, and it went 4 years. And with the exception of Gettysburg, that was not good. That was not a good one. It was not a good day for him, but that didn't happen. He would have actually won. They were going for New York, and they heard they were going up a hill, Harvey, just going up a hill. Robert E. Lee heard that. Stonewall Jackson was killed as great general, and so they didn't have him. He had
Dude, so, like, while they're talking about reparations for white people and shit, Trump is touting Robert E. Lee. Okay? You know what I'm saying? Isn't that fucking crazy, guys? Right? That is like, dude, that is not an accident. Who is this guy? This is one of Trump's religious advisors. Oh my God, this guy's speaking at the same event. Who is this guy? Let's see this.
That you gave me this opportunity on the greatest platform in the greatest nation in the world to pray, to ask you, God, to move again in our nation. God, because I came from nothing. And I'm humbled. And I pray for our president and his family and his grandchildren and his children, and at night, God, when he closed the door and he feels the weight of this nation, that your Holy Spirit would minister life into him and that he would be revitalized and strengthened in the name of Jesus.
Yo! America! Yo! What the fuck? Yeah. Are you seeing what I'm seeing? Like, we need the hook. Somebody needs to get these motherfuckers off the stage, bro. Bro, these people are going to burn us all to the ground, boss. Yeah, no. I know. The haircut. Like, what the fuck? It's like a chia head, dude. It's the crew cut chia head, bro. Yeah, no, I know. We need to get this guy off the planet, stat. All right, go get him. Thank you. Dude. What the fuck, bro? Like, this is crazy. Dude, Paula White, this guy looks like he ate Paula. Dude, he ate Paula White, bro. Dude, we're gonna, like kids eat marbles. Tomorrow morning, when this guy takes a shit, we're gonna have to go in there with, like, oars from a rowboat. We're gonna have to break Paula White out of the toilet. We're gonna have to break it up, dude. Like he swallowed the 𝗙cie, dude. We're gonna be like, fuck, dude. Dude, we gotta get Paula out of the fucking toilet bowl, bro.
God, I pray right now, God, that your Holy Spirit will move like it's never moved before. Raise up preachers that are uncompromising the word. Raise up leaders that will not shrink back, but that would face opposition head on and continuously to move. God, I give you praise. I give you honor, and I thank you.
Dude, can we get some decaf for the homie, bro? Dude, no caffeine for homie.
I thank you that this nation is on the rise to do something great in the kingdom of God. Bless our leadership. Bless this state. Bless the villages. Bless our country, and bless the president and his family, that he would have conviction that's immovable, that he would not shrink back, that your gospel and your word would go forth in the name of Jesus Christ, we pray. Everybody give God some praise.
Dude, see, that shit is fucking mental, bro. You know what I'm saying? That shit is mental, boss. Holy fucking shit, dude. Right? See, this is why Trump can be an Epstein rapist. They don't care, guys. They literally, right? They're like Trump, as long as he's a wrecking ball that, like, destroys us, The demons, they don't care. They don't care if gas is $50 a gallon as long as the demons are getting destroyed. Holy shit, bro. The Villiages is a bunch of old people. It's like a retirement community. You don't get this hard watching the hub? All right. All right, dude. Are you getting activated? Help. Dude, let's go. Trump, I think, is genuinely slow. He is. But fuck, guys. Oh my God, bro. So, yeah. So Benny is posting the reparations map while Trump is talking about Robert E. Lee, right? Got to bring those Confederate generals while he's talking to Florida, which, by the way, guys, Florida, like, do you guys know why we even have Florida as a state? I don't know if you know the history of Florida, but Florida was natives, okay? Florida was a territory. It was inhospitable. There's a lot of disease, malaria. The weather was really terrible. But what it was is it was bordered Louisiana, Alabama, Mississippi, Georgia, South Carolina. So the enslaved used to escape to Florida, okay? And then the natives would like make room for the enslaved because the enslaved taught them how to farm. So the natives were totally cool with the escaped enslaved because they were helping them like live. And so it became a sanctuary for the enslaved. And then it was like, oh, fuck, bro. Like this is problematic. And right. And so they wanted to essentially take the territory so the enslaved people couldn't escape. Okay. Then it became deceptive because like importing slaves was no longer allowed at one point. Okay. Right? What would happen is the slaves that existed, the enslaved that existed were okay. But at one point, importing slaves became a no-no. And then they used Florida as their flashpoint. Right? This was also before Florida was a state. They would import the enslaved to Florida and then smuggle them into the states. So Florida was like an illegal import and an escape place. And then eventually the escapes became more like problematic than the illegal importing. And so then they just took the territory. But like, dude, it's like Epstein buying the second island is essentially what the entire state of Florida was. The whole state. And then if you go beyond that, they were still enslaving people in the sugarcane industry and using Florida in that realm all the way into like the 1940s. So like Florida is like the dirtiest, slaviest, like gnarliest, even though it doesn't have the reputation of like a South Carolina or a Mississippi, like it really does. You know what I'm saying? It's really dirty, dude. It is like fucking dirty, man. And it's too bad though, too, because it is beautiful. It is a beautiful state. You're sorry about all the sexual comments this stream, but musicians and hockey players aren't the best people in the world. All right, dude. I haven't noticed. Have you been overtly? I haven't really noticed that if you've been overtly like sexual, but whatevs. Dude, we're all adults here. Dude, it is. It is like Epstein. Like Epstein bought that second island so people couldn't escape. And that's what they did with Florida, man. They were like the enslaved. All they had to do was get to Florida and they were free. And then the natives would harbor them. And so eventually they were like, fuck, bro. Right? It's pretty dirty. And they would also like the slave ships would land down here and then they would smuggle them in. Fucking brutal, dude. It's just America, like our history is brutal, guys. It is brutal. But this shit, okay? This shit was like really problematic to me, guys. These fucking influencers that were doing this all day, and everybody was doing it, dude. Like all of the right-wing influencers were doing this shit today, right? This fucking loser, right? All these fucking losers were doing this shit, right? Look at this. They're saying, this is what they're saying. Look at what the map's going to look like when we're done redistricting, right? Even though there's, look at this. They think California is going to be all red. Like, bro, look at this shit, guys. You know what I'm saying? Like, they absolutely want fucking fascism. They want us to all be like, you know what I mean? Like, they just want to they just want to hurt us. That's what they want to do. They want to hurt us. It's so weird. Like, bro, I just want these guys to be able to, like, buy a house, get some health care, and go to college. You know what I'm saying? Like, I want all of those red areas to be able to buy a house, make, $25 an hour or more, right? Have access to health care and be able to go to college. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I want for them. And they're like, no, like, we want you guys to be in fucking death camps. And it's like, whoa, dude. Like, yo, slow your roll there, fucking demon lovers. Like, what are you doing? Dude, yeah, this is is not even a map. I don't even know, it's just more nonsense. They're just trying to spread this energy of like, we're going to fucking take you over and there's nothing you can do about it, right? That's really what it is, guys. That's what they were doing today. They are trying to like fill us with energy of like, just like, we're going to conquer you. That is what is weird with the MAGA thing. And they either talk about civil war or they talk about redistricting, removing all the districts, fucking winning everything. We're going to control. You're never going to win another election again. We're going to pass the SAVE Act so you never win again. But like all of their shit is like, we're going to conquer you. Like we're not even part of the country. You know what I'm saying? It's like we're Iran and they're here to fucking like kill us all. And it's like, dude, what the fuck is wrong with you people? You know what I mean? They're like, and literally, there is like, I don't know, dude, in a civil war, I think they're all fucking candy asses, right? They won't even protest. How the fuck are they going to fight a civil war, dude? Dude, they won't even show up at a protest. They have a protest and it's like 12 people. You think that they're going to show up big to the Civil War? Like, give me a fucking break, dude. Not a chance, bro. You know what I'm saying? Not a chance, dude. Dude, they attacked a building. Yeah, good job. Let's go. Let's go, boss. It's fucking disturbing. All right. Dude, yeah. Trump, dude, we gotta look at a couple Trump clips real quick. All right. And we'll get to fucking Anna and Cenk. There were a couple Trump clips. Like this one, dude, this one is so fucking problematic. Like, what are we doing, America? What are we doing?
And there was no response. Turn your ship around. Evacuate your engine room immediately. And you see all these guys running out of there. Now, they're 5 miles away. And one shot into the engine room, blew up the engine room. The ship stopped. They used tugboats, and then we landed on top of it. On top of everything else, we then land on top of it, and we took over the ship. We took over the cargo, took over the oil. It's a very profitable business. Who would have thought we were doing that? We're like pirates. We're sort of like pirates.
Dude.
But we're not playing games because, for 47 years, Iran has been pushing everybody around. They're the bully.
Dude, like, what the fuck, bro? In 2015, there was a peace deal with Iran. There was not, like, pushing anyone around. We had a nuclear deal. We had inspections. Everything was chill. And they ripped all that up. And he's telling stories about just blowing up ships, boarding them, taking the oil, taking whatever. Oh, we're pirates. We can do whatever we want, right? And meanwhile, though, those of us that are not Donald Trump, if you travel the world, like the whole world is now our enemy, essentially. Okay, so anywhere we go, now we will potentially deal with the ire of a world that has been fucked over by this fucking piece of shit. You know what I'm saying? And it is like, dude, it's fucked up, bro. Like, I don't want to be pirates. I don't want to be a part of a country where we just cruise around stealing other people's shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, why would we want to do that? It's not the fucking 1700s anymore. Like, what are we doing? Why do we have to steal everybody's oil? Like, if we have to steal everybody's oil, that makes us criminals. Maybe we should fucking get off oil. If it's so bad that we can't even use our own oil, that we have to just steal everybody's shit. I mean, if your habit is making it so you got to break into your neighbor's house and steal everything, then you got to get off drugs, guys. Okay, whatever you're on, if you got to go steal everybody's shit to get it, where I come from, that means you got to go to rehab. You need to get off that shit, dude. When the stealing starts, it's time to quit, bro. You know, like, what the fuck? Dude, Elf says, my death camps were Juilliard and Peabody, but honestly speaking, I've never felt truly threatened by my father throwing me into a wall in high school. Using that terminology blows my mind. Let's go, dude. Your dad threw you into a wall in high school, dude? That's not cool. Fucking beat your dad's ass, boss. But he talks and thinks like a 10-year-old boy. He does. He talks and thinks like a very stupid 10-year-old boy. Right? You know, dude, what the fuck, dude? Right? I mean, this is though how I feel like, guys, I feel like I have reasonable proof that there's not a God. Okay? Because I feel like if there was a God, this guy would be in a pine box. Okay? Like, I think if there was a God, if there was a just and caring and compassionate God, like, this dude would be in a box. Okay? Let's be honest. All right? This guy is proof, living proof, that there is no just and kind God, just or compassionate God. Right? It is living proof that don't exist, boss. Okay? You know, just between you and me, like parishioner to parishioner. Right? Yo. Wait. I'm getting a call. Hello? Yeah. All right. Yeah. Okay. It's Satan. Yeah. I know you don't want him either. Like, dude, nobody wants him. But bro, like, you at least could exercise some power here. I mean, fucking, I don't know, put him in purgatory or something. Right? Like, I mean, dude. Yeah, no, God's not taking it. Dude, he's done with it, huh? He rues the day. Oh, dude, Satan says God rues the day he was created. Yeah, no, I get it. We're all ruining the day, believe me. You can tell the God to fuck right off. All right? Because frankly, he got us into this mess. He should have the sack to fucking own up and do something about it. All right? All right, well, I'm going to say what I'm going to say. Like, there is no just and compassionate God, and you're a wuss. All right? All right, well, thank you. Fuck you. Bye-bye. Dude, Kermit's tapped in, bro. Ruining the day. Oh, Jesus. Bro, can I just show you guys? So I don't know the conversation I just had. I had one of those about Charlie Kirk calling from the afterworld. Okay, it's a short. You can look on the YouTube channel and you'll see the short. But like, guys, I posted that short on TikTok and it immediately got a community guidelines violation. Okay, the one where I call up and I'm like speaking to Erica and I tell her that like Charlie's in hell. And it got a community guidelines violation, but they wouldn't tell me why. They didn't tell me what community guidelines it broke. But if you, like, depending on how you talk about Christianity on fucking TikTok or whatever, they instantly community guidelines violate you. But then what'll happen is I may win the appeal, but they'll wait like 3 days. And then if I do win the appeal, the video will come back, but then they'll do this. Watch, let me show you. They'll do this where they don't show it, right? They show it to 40 people, right? That one, they did it. Instant community guidelines violation. That was about the polyp, like Chuck Schumer's polyp winning the election, right? And then this one about fucking Laura Loomer, right? They community guidelines violation. It won the appeal and it has 14 views, guys, right? All the other ones have like hundreds or thousands, right? That one got 14 views, right? Dude, isn't that crazy? They like are, the suppression on TikTok is insane, guys. It is like absolute, like brutal censorship right now. I'm still waiting on the appeal to this one, right? Yeah, crazy censorship going on. It is crazy. All right. Hold on. Let's see if there's any more important Trump clips. Then we'll look at Anna and Cenk. Calling me a radical? Let's go, Charlie. They'll be calling me a radical, a miracle. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Look at this, guys. Here's another one. You ready?
An architect who's really talented. He's done a lot of work for him. He's got a flair, a beautiful Hispanic flair in particular. And he comes from originally a place called Cuba, which we will be taking over almost immediately. No, Cuba's got problems. We'll finish one first. I like to finish a job.
Dude, listen to them laughing. Like there's people in that room. He's talking about just like conquering a country in 2026. Like the way Putin goes into Ukraine or whatever, or Israel goes into wherever. And he's like, yeah, we're just going to fucking take it. And people in the audience are laughing about that. Like, how fucked up are we as a country that we think we can just steal land, people, right? I mean, they were doing it to fucking Greenland. You know, they're treating Europe like that, Canada. Somebody earlier was talking about Carney. I mean, we have like dissed on Canada, fucking Canada. Talking about, oh, yeah, 51st state and all this shit. Like, what the fuck? This is real. Yeah, this really happened today, boss.
On the way back from, what we'll do, on the way back from Iran, we'll have one of our big, maybe the USS Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier, the biggest in the world. We'll have that come in, stop about 100 yards offshore, and they'll say, thank you very much, we give up.
Dude, yeah, just like Iran's giving up, right? Dude, it is so fucking brutal, dude. Isn't it? You know what I mean? Brutal. Dude, Elf, let's go. Talk back to my father in high school. He thought I said this on stream before, pasted him across the face with a bottle of something when he tried to do it again when you were an undergrad. Oh, shit, bro. Oh, fuck, dude. Thank you, boss. That is, I feel like I remember you talking about that before, but I don't know that I knew that you fucking, you hit him with a bottle of something, dude. Dude, it's good, though. Like, if you have abusive parents, like, you should fucking, you know, eventually, like, do something about that shit. But yeah, this is crazy, dude. It is like, what are we fucking doing, bro? You know? We're like pirates.
Right now we have a beach. You know? So you'll be all very happy. And, you know, it's right now I own Doral, and right now we have a tournament. I'm so busy. And we have the big Cadillac Championship going on, all the great players, the PGA Tour. and they're there. And yesterday somebody came up, said, "Sir, the tournament is great." I said, "What tournament are you talking about? I'm so busy with the Iranians calling, trying to make a good deal, and we're not going to let that happen. But they've got to make a bad deal. But if they make a deal at all, because frankly, maybe we're better off not making a deal at all. Do you want to know the truth? Because we can't let this thing go on. Going on too long. But under the leadership of...
What does that even mean? Maybe we won't make a deal at all? Like, okay. What does that mean? Oh, is he saying we're just going to take the country? Like, right? Not make a deal? I mean, he's just fucking mental. Look at his face, dude. He is mental. People laugh because we grew up thinking this was the bomb country, not realizing it was a bunch of propaganda. Indeed, American exceptionalism was sold to us. Dude, he's crazy. But guys, there's another one. Okay, you ready? Let me find the other one that is fucking whacked out, boss. Okay? Like, what is it? Let me see here. There was the one that was fucking outrageous. Let me see. Let me find it. Right. Oh, here he's talking about the shooting.
Yes, I am. I'm sorry. No, please. Anyway, so they don't love me too much in Mexico right now, you know. That's why guys like me are in a lot of danger, you know. Consequential people get in a lot of danger. You know what I'm talking about. Saturday night, it was good for one thing. People are loving my ballroom now. That's the only thing. They love my ballroom. They love my ballroom. It's going to be the best in the world, although I like the one at Mar-a-Lago very much too, Mayor. Yes, I am.
Dude, what the fuck, bro? Right? He's talking about the supposed shooting, right? And fucking about the ballroom. Then he has this shit, right?
I said, no. In other countries, you know, believe it or not, Mexico, who does not like me after the change of the name to the Gulf of America. The president called me up. This is 6 months ago. You know, we have 92% of the waterfront. They have 8%. And I always wondered, why is it the Gulf of Mexico? For a long time, even looking as a kid, I said, well, Gulf of Mexico, it's such a powerful name. It's such a powerful thing, the Gulf of Mexico, but it should be the Gulf of America. I mean, I'll say it only within the confines of this room, because I know there's a lot of fake news back there. Within the confines of this room, Mayor, you're not going to tell anybody, please? I was thinking about seriously calling it the Gulf of Trump, but I really was.
Dude, he is just like a rapist to the core. You know what I mean? I mean, right? He is just a rapist, like through and through. You have no consent. I'm just going to put Trump inside all of you in your every space, take whatever I want, say whatever I want, abuse whatever I want. You have no consent. If you ask me to stop, beg me to stop, he's like, I'll keep going harder. He is literally nothing but a rapist. Like every cell in his body is the cell of a rapist. That's what he is. Just 100%, whether he's raping women or countries or the airwaves or the fucking social media energy, or he's raping our psyches by just infecting himself like the herpes virus into every facet. Like he'll just never go away. And if you say like, wow, please give me a break, he will just insert himself 100 times more. Right? Put his name on everything, destroy everything of value. Anything that helps you, he'll infect it until it's broken and useless and you have nothing left but like the sound of his voice. He is just the rapiest, fucking like non-consensual, trashiest fucking entity I've ever encountered. Like, I've never encountered anyone that is just so, like, dastardly, right? It is like, dude, like the whole world is going to breathe a collective sigh of relief when it's over. You know what I'm saying? Like, when it's over, like the whole world will just be like, we'll finally be able to exhale, you know? You know what I'm saying? It's like, wow, dude, it's gonna feel so good. It is gonna feel so good. And I mean, guys, it's almost, you know, all, like, maybe all of this fucking turmoil is gonna be worth it because it's going to feel so good when it's over. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's gonna be so good. And there's not going to be enough people on the planet to be able to make us all lose our jobs. But some of us are going to get fired. You know what I'm saying? Some of us are going to get in trouble. But I'm telling you, man, it's just going to feel so good when it's over. Okay? When it's over, it's going to be a relief. Now, there's one more clip that I got to find. All right? Oh, yeah, here we go. Dude, look at this one. You ready? Oh, shit, dude. Here we go.
Fantastic job. But I just felt, and I put out yesterday a statement, I think anybody running for president or vice president should be forced to take a cognitive examination. Right?
Dude, I'd love to see this guy take one.
I mean, you get a guy, he gets in, he's got a good line of crap, he gets in, and all of a sudden you're stuck with a man who's a moron. You know, this is not good.
Yeah.
This is not good.
We know,
We went
Trumpy.
through 4 years of it. It's not a good situation.
Dude, we know exactly what that's like, Trumpy. Thank you very much. Dude, he has no idea, boss, right? Oh, here, you ready? This is the one, guys. Okay? This is the one that I think is going to be very costly. Okay? Right? This one is going to haunt him. All right? The campaign commercials are already being made up for this one.
Lower prices. You know, I use the word affordability, but I was the one that received these high prices. You know, it's amazing. I come into office and I say, wow, look at how high these prices are. And the Democrats start screaming, affordability, affordability. They're the ones that caused the problem. I'll tell you one thing. They got one good line of bullshit. That's one thing I'll say about it. They are so bad.
Yeah. Oh, really? That's not going to play, guys. Right? That's not going to play. Especially since by the time we get to October, gas is going to be like $5 a gallon. Like, gas is more than the pandemic right now. And it was down, bro. It's like we're reaching pandemic levels of fucking problems. And dude, this is going to be a huge issue with him. And then he's like adding tariffs now on European cars. Oh, that's great. And he says, oh, yeah. What does he say? He says, oh, they can come make them in America. Like, bro, really? And then there's like tariffs on all the parts. And what are they going to do if they come make them in America? They're going to be staffed by robots, right? And you know, oh, dude, what a fucking disaster, right? He is a one-man pandemic, dude. Right? Just fucking brutal, man. Just brutal. Say Dems are the weakest at advertising. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. They have their issues. It's harder. It's harder for us to advertise, right? It is. The messaging is the Republicans have an unfair advantage because they have a single slate of issues, right? Their issues are no abortion, get rid of education, right? Like get rid of the indoctrinating colleges and then anti-everybody, right? And then immigration. That's their fucking platform. And like, it's just hard. It's hard because we don't have, I think it's hard for us to find single issues, right? With them, it's like if you bow down before white Christianity, it doesn't matter who you are, as long as you acknowledge white Christianity's on top and no abortion, no immigration, anti-trans, and, you know, everybody's a demon, you're in, okay? And that's it. There's no other issue. And like with us, it's like, you know, we have a lot of people with a lot of different issues. I think, though, it would be nice, though, Alf, I'm sure, to see us coalesce with, like, find one or two issues that we can all back. I thought abortion rights were going to be it, but then the men let me down. So, I don't know, man. Yeah, dude. Oh, Anna? Yeah, all right. So, I have, like, 15 minutes here, I guess. Dude, we can either watch Anna rant about immigration or we can watch fucking Cenk and Tucker Carlson. What do you guys want to do? Right? Dude, Kim says, I've seen billboards with this face calling him grifter. Calling Trump grifter? Thank you, guys. Appreciate all the support tonight. Dude, today was like a long day, guys. It really was. Dude, Cenk and Tucker. Yeah, today was like a long day. Yeah, let's do a chat poll, right? And pick one of the two. It was, dude. It was the energy. Today's energy was just, the energy was just shitty. Yeah, can you guys make the poll or do I have to do it? Can you guys, can the mods, can you make the poll? I think you can make a poll, can't you? Or do I have to do the poll? Because, oh, I have to? Okay. All right. There it is. Let's go. The poll is live. Dude, the pole dancing. Dude, I would be a great pole dancer. Dude, I love sex workers. I do. I'm a big fan. But so while we're doing the poll, I'm going to vent, okay, about my issues. And then I think I'm going to go get some Taco Bell tonight too. But guys, for me, like I said, today was just really hard because of shit like that Benny Johnson post where it was like the right wingers all day because of that Supreme Court decision. All of MAGA was running around today being like, we're going to conquer all of you. And there's nothing you can do about it. We're going to take the whole government. We're going to make you fucking miserable. We're going to, right? They were very much doing this whole, like all of them in unison. And the noise was like so loud of this negative energy of like, we're going to conquer you. And I don't believe it, guys. I believe even if they erase all those all those blue districts, they're going to lose some of those red districts. I am telling you guys, okay? I am fucking telling you, even if they fucking redistrict all the blue out, it is going to come back to haunt them because I think all the independents are going to be like, holy shit, these guys are just like, right? They're just power hungry. And look at what they've done with the power. They've done nothing, guys. They did nothing. But like, what have they done? They've suggested Trump on Mount Rushmore. They've suggested naming shit after Trump. They passed a tax cut. And like, that's it. You know, they haven't done shit, dude. They've passed no meaningful legislation. They put granite on the floors of the outside of the White House, and they're talking about building $1 billion ballroom, but nothing for us. Nothing. You know, Pine Box doing the Potomac River surf. Let's go. Thank you, Regal. Dude, nothing. They have done nothing for us, man. Yeah, they're putting Trump's face everywhere. Dude, it's so gross, bro. Dude, Elf says we still can't get free education, but Republicans are doing more about getting rid of trans representation because they're fucked up. What's more important? Dude, yeah, no, the education is important. They don't want education though, Elf, right? Dude, thank you, boss. Right? If they fucking did education, like everybody wouldn't be anti-trans. You know what I'm saying? Dude, look at it. It's a dead heat, guys. Holy shit. All right, we're going to go for 3 more minutes in the Anna and Cenk poll. It's a dead heat. Thank you, boss. Dude, no, it's 51-49. Right? The poll is 51-49 right now. Oh, it is. It's 50-50. Oh, shit, guys. All right, we need more voters. Pick the next topic. 52-48. 2 minutes. We're going to wait until it hits 5 minutes ago. And then we're going to fucking go. Right? Dude. Fucking crazy, bro. Yeah, dude, the world is just... Today, stop the count. Let's go. Oh, shit. Dude, from the Netherlands, let's go. Dude, I have a good friend who lives in fucking Amsterdam. Right? Let's go, dude. Love the Netherlands. Dude, I might end up living there. You know, I like it. I don't know about the weather. Right? Send the funds. Would I consider getting a poll? Yeah, no, I'm not going to put a poll in the room, but thank you. Right? Dude, pole dancing is an art. You gotta be good at that. I definitely am a little too fucking top heavy. Right? A little too awkward. Do not have the upper body strength to do pole dancing. So that's not happening. Last minute, guys. Here we go. Cenk versus Anna. Europe and South America signed a trade deal. Yeah, no, I know. We're going to be like so weakened, right? We're going to be so weakened, but Trump and his family are going to be like mega billionaires, right? Like you saw that shit today, dude, where there's, while we go to war here, Trump's kids are getting like drone contracts. Okay. The U.S. is buying drones from a company that Trump's kids are part of. So the war is just feeding Trump's family now, right? He could stay at war indefinitely, and his family and Jared Kushner and Witkoff and all of them, Lutnick, they're all going to get rich. Elon, Peter Thiel, right? All of them are going to get rich, and we'll just spend $1 billion a day, dude. Dude, it's pretty grueling. It's pretty fucking brutal. All right, Cenk wins. Dude, it's fucking brutal, man. No, the pole dancers are amazing. All right, Natalie, you have a link, right? There's a link to the Tucker thing. We're going to watch Tucker and Cenk. Dude, this is crazy. Dude, it's up 40 cents. Let's check the oil prices. Cenk and Tucker. All right, there we go. Let's check our oil prices. Oil futures are at 102. And let's check the Brent crude, which was right around 110, right? And Brent crude is now 113. Oh, shit. So the Brent crude is up. Right? It's down. Dude, oh my God. Yesterday it was at 125. Holy shit. I didn't realize it was at 125 yesterday. Dude, the last time I looked at it, it was like 111. Dude, what the fuck, bro? Jesus. Well, here's the thing, guys. Okay? Because we saw Trump. All right? And before we go to Cenk and fucking Tucker, I'm going to fucking do this real quick. Hold on, I'm going to pause.
You have failed.
Jesus, dude. This shit is so loud. Sorry for blowing your ears out there, guys. But one last thing with Trump that we have to look at, okay? Because Trump said, okay, said oil prices are going to fall as soon as the war's over. Okay? You ready? Right here, dude. Let me see here. Hold on. I want to look off screen because I don't. All right, you ready? Here it is. I found it. Well, that's not the one I'm looking for. Give me 1 sec here. Dude, the search function, dude, Elon has made the search function on Twitter suck ass. He has. He's ruined it. All right, there we go. Got it. All right, let me find it now. Can't even find stuff you posted? Yeah, man. It is like, dude, it's the Twitter's function, the search function has been totally ruined, man. It's like you have to search the exact words. Like I have to remember the exact phrase that's in the tweet or it won't find anything. I think they're trying to push you to use Grok for searching, but fuck Grok, dude. I'd rather put my nuts in a wood chipper. But so here's what Trump said. Okay, Trump said this.
Biggest story out there. Bad things would happen.
One of the ideas. The average price of a gallon of gas is now $4.30 in this country.
And you know what? And we're not going to have a nuclear weapon in the hands of Iran. The gas will go down. As soon as the war's over, it'll drop like a rock. There's so much of it. It's all over the place, sitting all over the oceans of the world. And it'll go down. But what won't happen is if Iran had a nuclear weapon and used it, then the whole world is a different place.
Oh, yeah. Shut the fuck up, Trump, you fucking idiot. But his claim is that the gas prices are going to go down, drop like a rock as soon as the war's over. However, now you and I know that's true, okay? You and I know that's true, okay? Did he say it again today? Let's see. What's him... Dude, he's saying prices have come down. I can't really hear that one. But here's the real deal. You ready? Look at this shit. Look at what else happened today. Okay? The CEO of Exxon said prices are going up. Okay? That in fact, the market hasn't even seen the impact yet of what's going on now. Like, we haven't seen it. Okay? And that it's going to be 3 to 5 years to get back up to speed. 3 to 5 years. Is there a better recording of that one that you have, Natalie, where we can hear him, somebody closer on? Dude, I hate it when there's a fucking plane in the background. That high pitch just kills me. But 3 to 5 years, guys, the Exxon CEO, right? Look at that. ExxonMobil CEO expects higher prices. The market hasn't seen the full impact, right? That's what it was, right? The same day that Trump is like, oh, the gas prices are going to drop like a rock. And all the oil company guys are saying, you know, we haven't even hit the high prices yet, guys. Like we're right now, we're not even having market impact, right? And then you ready? I'm going to add my own little disclaimer here because something else is going to happen, guys. And it's called a higher price floor, which means gas was like $2.70, $2.75, and it's going to go up to like $7, and then it's going to come back down to $4.50. And then $4.50 is going to feel better because it's no longer $7, but $4.50 is going to become the new bottom, or $4 or $3.90 will be the new bottom. That's what's going to happen. Is we are going to reach a new price floor. It's going to go so high, and then it's going to drop down to something about $1 higher than what it ever was before. Okay? And then we're going to get we're going to be brutalized.
Has dropped to a 5-year low, and I tell you,
All right, here we go.
has dropped to a 5-year low, and I tell you, the only thing, we got a little raise with gasoline. It's going to come down lower than what it was. Don't forget, we had that gasoline down to $2 and below $2 in many cases. It's going to come tumbling down. There is so much oil out there. It's pent up. It's locked up in the Strait of Hormuz, a beautiful place. It's, I think they have close to 400 ships loaded up with oil. When all of that gets released, when all of that comes out, these people tried to hold up our country for years and years, the world, by closing up the Strait of...
Dude, yeah, just like the pandemic, right? When everything reopened, it was like, oh, went right back to normal, didn't it, guys? Didn't it? Right? Pandemic, once the shit opened up, we went right back to normal. Wasn't like gas was fucking $7 a gallon or anything, right? Wasn't like my fucking Toyota went to the body shop and had to be in the shop for 3.5 months because parts were fucking missing because they couldn't make these plastic parts. Dude, what the fuck is he talking about? He's up there just, oh yeah, Trumpy, you said our electric bill was going to be cut in half. Remember, you shitter? Dude, what a fucking clown this guy is.
Hormuz. When all of that stuff comes out, by closing up the Strait of Hormuz, when all of that stuff comes out, you're going to see prices dropping on gasoline like you've never seen, and all of that, electricity, gasoline, anything having to do with energy. Grocery prices are way down. Used car prices are way down.
Dude, grocery prices are not way down. He's literally saying grocery prices are way down. Dude, grocery prices are not down. You know what is down? Every time I buy a package of something at the grocery store, it gets smaller, okay? I go in and I buy a 12-ounce thing of coffee, and then I fucking come home, and a month later, I go buy the same thing, and the price has gone up, and now it's 10 ounces. And I'm like, bro, I'm about ready to fucking beat somebody's ass, dude, electorally.
Look at eggs. Eggs are down by 4, even 5 times. Remember when I took over, eggs were so high? Has dropped to a...
Dude, what the fuck, bro? Dude, yeah, no, the shrinkflation is brutal, right? It is brutal, dude. And there's other shit they're doing, okay? Like, I don't know if you guys have noticed, but they're doing packaging shit, right? Like, I have noticed in particular, like, I buy this Ora wheat bread, okay? This Ora wheat Jewish rye bread that's really, really good. And they changed the packaging. There used to be like an inner liner that wrapped the bread that was like a shrink wrap inside the bread wrapping thing. So the bread would stay fresh for like a week. But now they don't put that inner liner on anymore. So now you open it up, and by the time you get halfway through the bread, the bottom half is hard, okay? And they're doing the same shit with fucking, vegetables. Vegetables are like, I don't know if they're like holding them longer in the market or if it's taking them longer to get here. But shit like that is happening where I'm buying vegetables and the bottom of the, you know, if I buy bagged vegetables, the bottom of them aren't good. Like, there's just a lot of shit that is fucking, you know, like little things like that, that is they're changing, that are reducing the quality. Like, we're paying more for less, and the quality of stuff is like being reduced. And it's really fucking shitty, man. You know what I'm saying? It is really fucking shitty that all around everything, the consumer experience is getting like less and less. We're getting less for our money, and we're getting less, you know, the quality level is like disappearing as well. You know, it's fucked up, man. Watch your MPG. Are they doing it with the gas? Like they're fucking, it's like they're cutting drugs now. Are they doing it with gas? It wouldn't surprise me if they just start reducing the quality of everything. I mean, I've noticed this, guys, even at Taco Bell fast food, I used to get a chalupa, and like the chicken and the lettuce would spill out of the chalupa. And now I can buy a chalupa and I could shake that fucker and nothing comes out of it because like 20% less stuff is put in the chalupa, right? The steak grilled cheese burrito is like 1.5 inches shorter than it was 3 months ago, guys. It's fucking wild, dude. All of the fast food places are doing that shit too. Everybody is just thinning it out. They're just thinning everything. And meanwhile, though, their profits are like skyrocketing, okay? All of their profits are skyrocketing, guys. They're not short on money, bro. You know? Did they get rid of the fucking double-decker tacos? Dude, we're getting gouged. Late-stage capitalism is just fucking sacking all of us, dude. Dude. Dude, it is. It is like, it is truly tragic. All right, we're going to watch Cenk and Tucker now. And, all right, I'm not watching any more Trump. Fuck this guy. We know he's full of shit. But we're going to watch a little bit of Cenk and Tucker. I don't know if we're going to watch the whole thing. We're going to watch half of this. Then I'm going to go get some of that shitty Taco Bell. And I'm going to have some salmon. Dude, I'm fucking going nuts, baby. Oh, I'm going to get some junk food tonight. Tomorrow is Fortnite Day in the afternoon. Okay, we do Fortnite every Saturday afternoon around 3:30, somewhere around then on my Twitch. If you guys are into the gaming thing, you can come watch some Fortnite. It's always fun. Go shit on some fools. Shit on some MAGA gamer kids. Right? This is what we do. All right, you ready? Let's see what we got here, dude. Cenk and Anna are now stumping for the America Firsters.
You have failed. You have not done a good...
All right, let's go. I think you talked about tinnitus, and I have it. My dad had it since the 70s. I remember getting it around 1990. No way, dude. Dude, tinnitus blows, bro. Dude, thank you, boss. Dude, tinnitus sucks. I don't really have it. I don't know how I don't have it. I should have it. Dude, I should have it. Like my ears, I have done so bad with my ears. All right, you ready? Here we go, guys. Let's get into it.
Good job running this country. You don't even care to try. You'd rather run the world or the empire. You don't want to improve Baltimore. You don't care about Gary, Indiana. Rural America makes you sick.
Wow, that was Tucker Carlson talking about Donald Trump. He didn't say his name, but it was very obvious that that's who he's referring to. Who else is running the country, right? And
the empire.
Yeah, he's obviously empirically correct about that.
Dude, talking about Donald Trump. All right, dude, he is stumping for Tucker, bro. Dude, how is it that Cenk Uygur has a ginormous 2-inch hard-on for fucking Tucker, right? That is so weird, boss. What are we... Like, dude, Nick Fuentes is going to be on the payroll. Yeah, he won't say his name. Of course, dude. And, dude, that shit, how gutless are you? You can't say his fucking name? Give me a fucking break.
Although AOC was asked about him a little bit later, would we be better off with Donald Trump as president or Tucker Carlson? In fact, we have that poll up on tyt.com. We're going to show you her answer in a minute. But Tucker was talking to Marjorie Taylor Greene, and let me give you more of that conversation to show you.
Dude, Tucker Carlson or Donald Trump, dude, that's a dead heat. Okay? They're equally bad. Okay? They're equally bad. Equally fucking bad. Okay? Seriously. Give me a fucking break, dude. I think, to be honest with you, like, you know, I right now, if they said you can trade Trump for Tucker, I would not. I feel like Trump is like a fucking piece of shit, but he's also leaving the planet soon, hopefully.
How disgusted Tucker Carlson is with Donald Trump, and Marjorie Taylor Greene totally agreed with everything he's saying. So it's an amazing new world we live in. Watch.
Yeah, by the way, welcome to the leftist news network where they're talking about Marjorie Taylor Greene and Tucker Carlson. That is the center of their fucking news broadcast on the leftist progressive news network. Yeah, dude, I would rue the day I fucking sent them money if I ever gave them a dime.
Normal leaders would ask themselves, why are people mad? What are they dissatisfied with? How can I help them? They're clearly in pain. They should have asked this question when Trump got elected the first time. Why would you elect an orange guy who ran casinos in Atlantic City when there are all kinds of great candidates? Jeb Bush and Ted Cruz, you had a lot to choose from, but you chose Trump?
Dude, the fuck? This guy lied for years to protect Trump and the election lie, even though he knew he was lying. This guy, like $787 million fucking settlement because of this guy's lies. He knew Trump was lying and he lied for him to help him to win. And now Tucker's like, oh, now I'm going to be anti-Trump. Dude, that's fucking bullshit. Okay? He's not anti-Trump. He just wants the Trump dynasty. That's all he wants. He's trying to grab the dissatisfaction with Trump so he can be Trump too. Like, fuck you. Dude, Tucker Carlson, you will never be president. You will never be even close to power because you delivered us to these jackals. And Cenk Uygur, you and Anna can go fucking fuck a watermelon, dude. I don't give a fuck. Both of you jackals are going to be on the outs too. You're never going to get anywhere near power. You're never getting shit because you have delivered us into the fucking den with these motherfuckers, right?
A normal reflective person would reach the only conclusion possible, which is because they're dissatisfied with me. And maybe I need to change and serve their needs better and listen to them once in a while and not dismiss them with the back of the hand or charges of bad motives or hate or censorship. They've never looked inward once in 10 years, and now they've reached the point of maximum frustration where the biggest thing they've ever done, which is try to regime change the Iranian government, and it hasn't worked. That's the biggest thing they've ever done. They staked everything on that. And you should just know that at this point, now that that's not working out, they will not be mad at themselves. They're going to be mad at you for not liking it or appreciating it or for talking about it at all.
Yeah, and we knew that before you helped him win, Tucker. You knew that before you helped him win. How disingenuous. Dude, this guy is worse than Donald Trump. You know why? Because this guy right here knew that Donald Trump was a liar who didn't do shit, who never came through, who never took responsibility, who committed an insurrection, who lied about the election, and he helped that guy win anyway, knowing he wasn't a believer. He knew he was toxic, and he helped him win so he could get a tax cut and so they could expand the power of the presidency. And then after that, after fucking the whole country, Tucker's going to now run around and without saying Trump's name, going to be like, oh, you're really dissatisfied now. You have every right to be. I'll rescue from this. I'll rescue you. And it's like, fuck you, Tucker. You created this shit. And now he's like trying to be like cigarettes, right? If you guys ever been a smoker, let me just tell you, hold on, love your passion and knowledge. Thank you, Charlie. Let me just tell you the smoking story, guys. You know, the real devil of smoking, the real evil of smoking is not even that it causes cancer. That is a problem. But the real evil of smoking is that the smoking cures the damage. So you smoke all night and you wake up the next day and your chest hurts and you feel like you're going to die from smoking, right? But the only way to make that bad feeling go away is to start smoking again. So you then smoke more, which makes the pain go away, but then you wake up the next day even more devastated, and you're in a cycle where the smoking is causing your harm and it's taking away the symptoms. And that's what Tucker's doing, okay? He caused all this harm knowing how deadly the monster was, and now he's running around saying, oh, if you stick with me, I'll cure it. I'll cure it, right? But he's the one who fucking caused the harm, man. You know, it is like so evil, dude. These guys are so dirty. Like he is even more despicable than Trump, because Trump is just a fucking sociopath. But this guy knows. This guy knows what he did. He knows that he sold out all of his fans and voters and viewers just to cash in and benefit from that power. And now he's going to go and try and rescue everybody. Like, what fucking scumbags, dude. Fucking degenerates. Look at him. Dude, we should put this guy in jail and take his entire fortune and just go and give it to fucking underprivileged black communities, boss. Like, seriously. Fuck these guys. Fuck Cenk and Anna, too.
For holding on to your outdated expectations about what life in this country was like then and should be now.
So there's a lot we don't agree with Tucker Carlson on. We do agree with him these days on the war, Israel, and genocide. But Ryan, we just did a story about the Democratic Party where we sounded an awful a lot like Tucker and Marjorie Taylor Greene as they talked about the Republican Party. Isn't that an interesting mirror image?
Yes, I mean Tucker. I listened to your interview on there too. Tucker has been on a very interesting journey of introspection, and I hope people are
oh my God, dude, Ryan Grimm, give me a fucking break, dude. Dude, like, I don't like this guy. I don't like this guy. This guy feels very harmful. Okay, he does, dude. I don't know. He's always felt like weirdly harmful. Like he's all over the fucking map. It's terrible fucking haircut too, man. Right?
Open to it doesn't mean you have to like everything he said in the past or agree with everything that he's saying now. That would be weird if you did. But man, can you disagree with any of that right there? And I didn't actually see what AOC said about.
Yeah, I disagree with it because he gave it to us. Because Tucker fucking gave us that. He lied to give people that. And now he's like, oh, look how terrible it is. Dude, these guys are all so disingenuous, man. Like, at this point, you got to presume they're getting paid. Like, who is paying these fucking guys?
Whether it be better Tucker or Trump, but to me, it's not even remotely close. I can't think of anybody worse that we could have than Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Like maybe out of 300 plus million people in the country.
Yeah, dude, Tucker would be worse than Trump. JD Vance would be worse than Trump. Any of those guys from MAGA or any offshoot of MAGA would be worse than Trump, dude. All of them, bro. Yeah, the demon attack guy. Give me a fucking break.
I totally agree. Actually, let me show you that clip first, and then we'll come back and discuss it.
All right, let's see AOC.
So TMZ, I believe, caught up with AOC, and they asked her that question. Let's watch.
Hey, if you could click your fingers and Tucker Carlson is president instead of Donald Trump, would you do it?
I'd say no.
I don't know. I don't think so, but it's kind of a toss-up. I'm not really sure.
Dude, yeah, I don't think I would. I think Donald Trump is less likely to succeed. Dude, Chunk, I called him Chunk. Dude, Chunk looks like he's about to polish Trump's knob, doesn't he? Look at him. Dude, that's like Trump size right there. He's about to polish. Dude, I'm serious. Like, I think Trump is a bigger loser, okay? Is a bigger loser. Yeah, that was a very reasonable answer. because they're terrible picks, okay? And Trump is at least wildly incompetent, right? Something tells me, though, that Cenk is about to have a fucking fit, dude. It is Cenk. 𝗙𝗍𝗃, dude. 𝗙𝗍𝗃, 𝗙𝗍𝗃, or 𝗙𝗍𝗃. Dude, not 𝗙𝗍𝗃, definitely Cenk. Dude, Shanky Uyghur. Dude, pucker up. We got Bibi's knob incoming. Dude, here comes Bibi's knob, Cenk. Tell us, do you love it?
Fine, she's not sure, because even if you grant that Tucker has the same positions as Trump outside of the war, Israel, and genocide, war and genocide and American sovereignty are rather gigantic issues.
Dude, Tucker Carlson does not give a shit about genocide, boss. Give me a fucking break, bro. He does not give a shit about genocide. He, like, what the fuck? He hates the Jewish people as much as he hates the Palestinians, as much as he hates the Arabs, as much as he hates everybody who's not a white Christian. You are never going to make me in a million years believe that Tucker Carlson gives a shit about the lives of any of the human beings in the Middle East unless they are Christians. Okay, give me a fucking break, dude. This is such a fantasy land, dude. Oh my God, bro.
So, like, they're not asking her, do you like Tucker? Would you vote for Tucker? Right. Would you vote for Tucker over Bernie? They're not asking any of that. Tucker versus Trump. My sense of it is that she didn't want to answer because she thought it was too politically risky. If she says anything nice at all about Tucker Carlson, there is a portion of the left that'll take her head off.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, there's nothing nice to say about Tucker. Dude, what the hell, bro? Yeah, that's true. That's true. Like, Tucker is an unknown entity. Dude, Tucker is funded by bad shit, guys.
I think that's right. And I think also, if you answer it, you get a headline out of it. You know, AOC says Tucker should be president rather than Trump. Whereas if you kind of just sit on the fence about it, then there's no headline, just a viral video going around. But yeah, I think intellectually and politically and substantially and morally, like, right. Like, if on the things that he agrees with Trump, you already have Trump. On the things he disagrees with Trump, he's better than Trump. So it's like, you know, the world is net better off.
No, it's not net better off. And you're lying, and this is disingenuous because he is as big of a liar and disingenuous as Trump, because he knew Trump was a liar. He knew Trump lied about the election. He knew Trump was a scumbag. He knew Trump was Epstein's best friend. He knew Trump never accomplished shit. He knew Trump didn't care about anything. He knew Trump was a Zionist. And he lied for him for years and helped him get elected. And now he's just trying to distance himself and grab onto the issue of the day in order to try and grab anybody he can that is disaffected to build a coalition of people that are miserable enough to be suckers and to vote for his ass. And you fucking goons are enabling this shit. You are now being Tucker Carlson to Tucker Carlson being Trump. It's like Tucker is the new Trump and these guys are behaving like Tucker. Fuck you, Ryan Grimm. Fuck you, Cenk Uyghur. Fuck you, 𝗙𝗪𝗏. Fuck you, TYT. Dude, fuck this. Yo. Dude, yo. Yeah, no, fuck these guys, bro. Yeah, no, this is bullshit. That's my final word, dude. All right, I'm done. I am going to fucking go get some fast food and then I'm going to make some videos. I can't do it anymore, guys. I have to tap out. We're 4 minutes and 50 seconds in. I have to tap out. I'll probably watch the rest of this at some point, but I'm not doing it right now, bro. Dude, ask Kermit how late the Taco Bell is open. Dude, they're open till 4 a.m. here. All right. Dude, Kermit's only been getting the bad news. All right, we're going to bring Kermit in on some good news. That's a good point. Kermit needs some good news too. But, dude, Kermit doesn't mind. He's just glad to be part of the show. Oh, my fucking God, boss. This shit is crazy. Like, I don't even know how to make videos, boss. You know what I'm saying? Taco Bell is closing in 30 minutes in Richland. Dude, Richland. Yeah, dude, that's because nobody goes to Richland, boss. Nobody lives in Richland. Dude, actually, like, Jenny, she directed a play at the high school in Richland, right? At one point. Yeah, so we did go to Richland for the play. Dude, fuck these guys. Fuck these guys. All right, we'll do more on this, though, guys, because we do have to cover this. I know I say fuck this, but we have to cover Cenk and Anna because we can see what they're doing, okay? We can see what they're doing, guys. They are trying to deliver us to the hands of these jackals. And, like, you know, look at him. He's looking off to the side. You got to wonder if they have, like, talking points. They're getting paid, dude. Everybody is getting paid, man. You know what I'm saying? That's just it. Like, because let me just tell you, okay? The numbers that TYT is pulling are not paying for their whole operation. TYT is getting funded from somewhere, guys, because I know they have like Rebel HQ and they have some properties that are succeeding, but the amount of overhead they have, there's no way that that channel is solvent. Somebody is funding them, which is why they are doing this pivot. Okay, they started losing people during the Anna chaos. They lost all their subs. They did, as they backed away from the left and fought and all the shit with Francesca and Emma Vigeland and Sam Cedar. And I'm telling you, the only reason they are still around and doing this shit is because they are getting dark money somewhere. Someone is funding them, and you can tell it is somebody connected to the next wave of like MAGA, beyond MAGA American firsters, okay? And they're either being funded to put forward the America First, or they're being funded to try and help the America First peel away enough disaffected, like leftists and people angry at the Democratic Party in order to let the Vance technocrats win. But they are on a mission of sabotage and destruction, and they are fucking getting paid. I would bet it's Peter Thiel paying them to sabotage the Dems in order to help fucking, you know, the Vance people. But like, dude, they are now the enemies hugely. Okay. Currently in a deal. Oh yeah. Noble Mobile, dude. Yeah. The mobile that nobody's ever heard of, dude. Noble Mobile, dude. Noble my mobile. Fuck you, Cenk. Fuck you, Chunk Schwieger. All right. Chunk Meager. All right. You guys ready? Let's get some dance on. You guys bought a dance. Let's get a dance. Fuck these guys. All right. Dude, and the Mariners lost. Dude, the Mariners lost today to the fucking Kansas City Royals. Give me a fucking break, dude. Dude, Brian Wu threw like 6 home runs in like 2 innings. Like, what the fuck is going on, bro? Gave up 4 runs in the first inning, dude. Dude, not a good day, boss. Not a good day. All right, you ready? Oh, get limber. Fortnite tomorrow. Oh, baby, baby. Oh. All right. Dude, yeah, no, she was not. She was not there to make an omelet. All right, we ready? Here we go. Checkity, check, 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 check. Let's get it. Oh, I forgot to start it. All right, here we go. Why is it not playing? All right, hold on. Technical difficulties. There we go. There it is. Oh. Let's go! Wow!
Misdirection.
You know I'm through with you.
My obsessions.
Always jumping through.
I'm so tangled, I'm so worthy. I'm just
Lost in my reflection. Pay attention, yeah. You never will. Thank you, guys! It's been a pleasure. Thank you for cheering me up tonight. I was a little stressed earlier, but I feel better. I appreciate you guys helping me get through this. A lot of chaos. I will see you tomorrow afternoon for Fortnite for those who come around. Otherwise, I'll see you tomorrow night. Thank you. So you always win.
I wonder if you ever did like I did. I wonder if you ever did. I will see you guys tomorrow night. Stay radiant. Good night. Hey, I just want to change the world. I just want the perfect girl. I don't want to hang around, I'd rather be found. It gets better, I wonder, my pleasure together. Everyone's waiting, anticipating. Change the world, but I'm not gonna wait my turn. I don't ever want to come down, I'd rather be found. It gets better, I wonder, my pleasure together. Everyone's waiting, anticipating. It's about you. I will never be